Okay, the webinar has started. I just wanted to inform you all that this webinar is recorded. So if anyone have, let's say, any concerns about sharing their presentation publicly, please do let us know, because we are intending to share the recording later on our website. So if you have any concerns about sharing your presentations, do let us know. We can make some changes to the recording later on.
Okay.
So we have a few people in. Can I ask Reza or Latvia's gone? Is anybody handling the chat or the Q&A? Will that be handled by the managers?
Ian, yes, it will be managed by us, by Dr. Latvia and Sharida.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I am in some way pleased that we managed to move the event online. I personally am suffering from a heavy cold, and I know a lot of colleagues had concerns attending the conference in person at Coventry University. So let's hope that all those who wanted to attend online can do so. Anyway, we are going to start very shortly. I can see we have got Professor Amin. Good morning to you, Professor Amin, from Nottingham Trent University.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Reza. Good morning, everyone.
And I also can see our two good MPs are with us, so that's good news. Hello, Mark, and hello, Matt. And I know Tony has joined us now, and our Deputy Lord Mayor is with us. So at this, we are ready to go. The moment Dr. Latvia showed us the green flag, right?
Yeah, we have 5 more minutes as per the agenda. So we will start at 9:45 with the introductory speech.
Dr. Latvia, when you weren't present, somebody asked about the chat line and question and answers. Both are managed by you, aren't they?
Yes, that's right. Yes, and all the speakers, I think they can also see what's in the chat as well.
Wonderful. And I can also say my very good colleague John Butler and Derek Wheeler are with us. Good morning. Good. When it comes to these sort of conferences, you're always worried when would it start on time and would all the speakers be present? And we are going to have a very exciting day, I believe. And we have got a number of technical sessions and one or two very good presentations on climate change and air quality. So hopefully we will be achieving our objectives for the conference. And I have also been told that I can send my report to Secretary of State for DEFRA. And hopefully when the conference is over, usually we write a report and somebody like Tony as the reviewer and Professor Flower, they have a look at it. And if they're happy, the report is sent to colleagues in the government. So let's see what happens. We have a lot to say today because everybody is joining in. They had the questions. They talk about climate change. There is a lot of things people say, which is really obvious. And some of the things they say is a little bit misleading. So hopefully we will have some clarity today. And I don't know how many of you know, we have another conference in London, is organized by Institute of Mechanical Engineers on 28th and 29th before the COP26. And there are 3 major papers and panel discussions. For those of you who want to attend that, please let me know and I will send you an invite. But the session I will be moderating would be on clean transport. And then obviously is the main event in Glasgow, and I will be involved on the green ship and shipping side. So hopefully the events in Glasgow will go well too. And let's keep our fingers crossed. There are a number of events. A lot of people are organizing conferences, meetings, workshops, just to make sure that COP26 is successful. Okay, where are we now, Dr. Lakvia? We've got 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, we have 2 minutes.
Excellent. And I think people are joining now. The numbers are building up. So that's good news. And also, I would suggest most of you, if you can, stay for the afternoon session. There is a project we are introducing called Polyunibus. As you know, I've been very active in terms of bringing industry and academia together through Coventry University and Warwick Manufacturing Group. For some years with Lord Bhattacharya, we were very active, working with government departments, promoting business and universities come together. Now, this is a new project, is about bringing the policymakers so that the policymakers are going to be involved with universities and business. So please, if you can, do try to attend. There are a number of visitors from overseas. So it would be good to have to listen to see how you can become involved and support us. Okay, I think, Dr. Lakvia, we are nearly there.
Yes, we are. Just to welcome everyone who has joined us in this conference. Special note for the attendees, you are in a listen mode only. So if you have any questions, you can write your questions in the chat box. I have received some technical question regarding microphone, whether they can unmute or unmute their microphones, especially from the attendees. They are automatically muted for you. So if you have questions, you can type your question in the Q&A chat box. So I'm going to start with the keynote, the first speech by Professor Reza.
Because of my cold, I recorded some of the sessions, so I hope you don't mind.
Are you going to do it on your phone? It's not fully charged.
No, after.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, colleagues, welcome to the conference. Dr. Lakvia, we cannot hear it.
Yeah.
You hear so much in the media about the climate change, which really is stating the obvious.
I think you need to change the audio setting to system setting so that the Zoom could hear what the the system is from the audio settings. I think you need to change to a system, same as system, I think.
So you can't hear the audio?
No, I couldn't.
Okay, give me 1 second. If this is the case with everyone, Professor Reza, can you confirm as well?
Yes, I couldn't
Yes.
hear it.
Okay,
No.
give 1
I
second.
cannot hear it.
All right, I will check the settings.
So I think the settings of Zoom itself, because you can choose to use the system internal microphone or system. So from the mute icon, you go there and choose the setup so that the Zoom could listen to what you are listening to through your system.
Right, okay, I'm gonna try again. You hear now?
No, we cannot hear it.
You need to change the settings of the audio, so we will not be able to hear you, but we will be able to hear your computer. So you need to change the settings to your
I
computer
think-
internal system from Zoom.
That's right,
Dr. Lakfia, if you wish, I can do the presentation. I'm sure they don't mind my voice because
please do so, Prof. I can give it a one more go, and then if not, then please carry on with the presentation.
wonderful.
Okay, I'm just going to share my screen again. Is it working?
I cannot hear it.
Okay, all right then. Could you please carry on then, Prof?
Yes. Okay, I go and look at. Excellent. One moment. Let me share now. Share the screen. Can you all see? Can you all see the screen?
Yes, yes, we can.
Oh, wonderful. Good. Excellent. If you can all see the screen and can hear me, then I can start. You can. Okay, well.
Yes, perfect.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, friends, colleagues. My name is Reza Zierati. I'm the chair of Center for Factories of the Future. This conference is organized with support from the Midland Engineering Institutions and a special interest group led by Coventry University and Chester University, with support from organizations such as our own Center for Factories of the Future, on behalf of the People's Air Quality People's Chamber. C4FF has now its own bona fide University Center Garden City, and intends to support climate change action groups and several special interest groups and help companies wishing to become involved in reducing their energy use and those working on emissions abatement developments, particularly in the region, with support from the engineering institutions. As I said earlier, actually, that you hear so much in the media about climate change, which is either stating the obvious or on occasion misleading us. For some time, they've been talking to us about diesel engine and how bad it is, And now we are talking about electric cars without looking at some of the shortcomings of such new devices. Let me, before I start, actually thank my colleagues at Coventry University. Of course, we couldn't have the meeting in person, but in particular, I want to thank Associate Professor Patricia Ashman, who's the Associate Head for School of Mechanical, Aerospace and Automotive Engineering. Now, before we say what we need really, if we are going to tackle the challenge of climate change, is a collective but a radical solution. The choice is stark. We can carry on as we are and destroy the world, or take drastic action and leave a better world for our children and children's to come. Now, I work with a lot of young people, and as you know, C4FF has got a range of STEM activities and school competitions and so on. One of the competitions is giving opportunity to young people to write articles, and obviously we have been focusing on climate change. And some of the things, the summary of what they said, I have captured in this particular slide. They say if we do not act now, the choices will not be palatable, as there will be no road expansions, no new airports or shipping terminals, or shipping running on diesel and liquid natural gas will have to be phased out by 2050. And all new ships will have to have sails, as it was in the past. In the UK, all the airports except Heathrow and Glasgow will have to close by 2030, and those two by 2050. Aviation will be for rich and powerful by 2030, and use of carbon will be similar to prohibitions of use of asbestos as is now. Cement and mortar will be limited substantially. No farms will be allowed to rear cows and pigs, and sheep farms will be reduced in numbers and size substantially. Car ownership will have to end by 2050, and all groceries and farm products will be procured locally. All essential transport systems will be hybrid, and some all electric. The main source of energy will be wind, solar, and tidal, with niche hydrogen and nuclear propulsion system. The electrified rail system will survive and prosper. Fight for rare metals will begin. Now, in this conference, we have got outstanding speakers for you, and that they will target certain specific targets in terms of climate change. But our aim is to target the most sustainable methods to least sustainable methods, which is proposed by Institution of Mechanical Engineers to reduce greenhouse gases to a minimum. The institution has come up with 5 tiers. First, they focus on energy demand reduction, then energy savings and efficiency, then renewable energy supply, then other low emission energy technologies, and last by no means, the methods we are using now, the conventional energy resources. Now, in tier 1, the areas relate to encouraging home working, 3-4 day week, modal shift, reducing freight travel and distance and freight volume by encouraging local supply chains and promoting efficient manufacturing, obviously to encourage circular economy and reduce waste wherever possible. In tier 2, solution will focus on making the energy transformation more efficient, less fuel, and greater focus on reducing CO2 emissions to minimum, followed by reducing other harmful emissions such as nitrogen oxides and so on. Then the most important thing is trying to encourage the private car users to move from using their cars to public transport, and also sometimes walking and cycling, biking, and car sharing. And gradual shifts from air travel and roads to rail will become necessary gradually. Now, in tiers 3, 4, and 5, obviously they are talking about using solar. We are already using solar and wind and tidal, but we know with these things, we cannot store the energy. So we always need some sort of conventional energy to help us store when there is no wind or sun or tide and whatever. But tide is always there. And I don't know why government has been shying away from tidal energy. When I was a head of engineering at Swansea, they was talking about doing the Swansea project. The Swansea project started and it worked well, but then suddenly government decided not to go ahead with it. But there are number of projects working on tidal energy that have been very successful. Obviously, in terms of other low emission energy technologies, we know internal combustion engines have been confused with just diesel. Internal combustion engines can be configured to run diesel or petrol, or it can use hydrogen. So internal combustion is one of the most sophisticated machines, is one of the systems that is highly efficient and produce the less possible CO2 if used, if the fuel is diesel itself. The diesel has been demonized because of NOx. But NOx, I was working on developing clean diesel for many years, and we told the government that the NOx could be used as a fuel. The Germans used it during the war. They had the M109 aircraft, which was not a superior to our Lancaster and Spitfires. But the moment they started using the NOx to get the oxygen from it for extra fuel, they managed to be quite formidable. So we know we can extract NOx, and during the day, I will give you some of the examples how this can be done, and it can be burned. So if it's a question of NOx, let us know, and we know how to clean it up. But later on, I will be introducing a new concept on K6 concept engine. So there are new engines, and we shouldn't demonize the internal combustion engines. Now, obviously, gas turbines have got some role to play. I know ammonia, in terms of shipping, I work with the shipping industry as a future fuel. I know it's toxic, but at least it can be managed. Hydrogen still is the challenge, but it's coming. And obviously, biofuels have been very successful. Now, the question I want to put to you before the conference starts is, we are doing all these things, but it hasn't been working. Temperature is rising, CO2 is rising, and air quality is getting worse. I've done a lot of projects with the students, and I hope you stay in at lunchtime. I've got a poster session for you, so you can see some of the work done by Coventry University and colleagues from Warwick University. You will see that even in Coventry, during the lockdown, the government targets set for main pollutants have exceeded. So if this is the case, then obviously we are not doing the right things. I know government is saying the right things, because if you look at the 2014 roadmap to abridge future strategy, road to net zero, now this environment bill, these are all the right thing. But what can we do to make sure government has got more long-term rather than more short to medium-term targets that could implement? Because I know in terms of particulate matter 2.5, the government decided to reduce it in trouble areas, but they haven't succeeded. And I did mention about the air quality targets, which have exceeded the government's own targets for those main pollutants, which is nitrogen oxides, particulate matter 10 and particulate matter 2.5. And I'm sure Professor Amin is going to tell us a lot more later. And although our government targets, UK targets, SHIE's, EU and World Health Organization standards, but I think they are reasonable. And so in a sense, my question to you is, what else can we do? And I only know that we can only succeed if we can all work together at the local level. And the reason for Air Quality People's Chamber and how it was constructed was to help the government. And the reason for saying this is, we need a long-term effort in making sure what government is saying now is going to be implemented. Now, I did say a little bit about polyunibus, but not everybody were attending the conference at the time. This afternoon, we have got a project called Polyunibus. Is a project to bring universities and business and policymakers together. The session will be introduced by Dr. Lackfield later this morning, and the workshop is in the afternoon, so I hope you will all attend. Now, so before I go any further, let me introduce our Deputy Lord Mayor, Councillor Kevin Mayton. Is a longest-standing councillor. He was appointed to the role of Deputy Lord Mayor of Coventry in May 2021, alongside with the new Lord Mayor of Coventry, Councillor John Nicholas. Although Councillor Kevin Mayton is not a Coventry boy, but he's a Coventry man, When he was 18, he came to Coventry and has been here since. He has done a lot of good work. I noticed when I was attending some of the conferences, we haven't met each other before, but I could recognize his face. He does come to a lot of sessions. There was a session for Afghan refugees, and I know he was there to support it. So he's a good man and a good counselor. So I'm going to give the platform to Councillor Kevin Mayton to start the conference. Councillor Kevin Mayton, platform is yours. Councillor Mayton, we cannot hear you. Maybe you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, loud and clear.
Yeah, no,
Please
that's
go
right.
ahead.
Yeah, I'll start again. Just good morning to everyone. Thanks very much for the invite. This and the wider climate change crisis are issues that the Lord Mayor and I are very interested in and the ways that we can address them. We believe that even though these are global issues, local actions can play an important part in both dealing with the problems and changing people's perceptions. We all know the importance of air quality, and we also know the power of working together. As a region, we work closely in many areas for the benefit of our residents, and we know many problems are not confined by town and city boundaries. We saw that very powerfully in the pandemic, and we see it too with air quality. It's a common threat, and we must work together to make major changes that will make the absolutely necessary improvements. In Coventry, we believe in working as one city and building partnerships with business, organisations and residents. And I'm delighted to see such a wide variety of groups are represented here today. But in Coventry, one of the things that we have been doing is around clean transport, looking at electric and other powered vehicles. We are developing our very light rail system, but again, that can only happen by working in partnership with some of our businesses and the two universities. Although it said I went back a long time, I did go to what was then Lancaster Polytechnic, so I've always been very committed to the work that both that university and Warwick have been doing. It's also interesting that the Lord Mayor's Peace Committee has identified that resource wars are a real threat, and that's why they've started to get engaged in the climate change issues, because they see it goes a lot further than just dealing with those immediate problems. But as has already been pointed out in the Warning 2050, the slide we've just seen, those resource wars are going to be a real potential threat. And another thing, I know that you were talking about policy involvement, and we were talking about this only the other day. There's a pressure for the return to work, getting people back into their offices. And one of the reasons for doing that is to try and maintain city centres. But of course, that has a cost. And the idea that we are going to encourage more people to be zooming around in their individual cars seems to me to be ridiculous, when there are alternatives that can have the added benefit for both the individual workers, but also potentially for the environment. So it's not just the numbers that are involved here today or the expertise, valuable though that is, it's the desire to act and make a difference. And that's where, of course, as I said, we really need to take the people who live in our cities and elsewhere with us, because it can't be done to them. It's very difficult, and it can't be done if they don't understand why these changes are being made. So it's vital we keep up this momentum and the commitment to change following today's event and the COP26 event in Glasgow. Thank you to the Centre for Factories for the Future for creating such a powerful event and bringing many of the area's key stakeholders together to see how we can help our citizens. And this is just going to be one of a number of related conferences and events that I know are taking place over the next few months. I can see it's a fascinating agenda with discussions on areas such as transport, the chemistry of air pollution, and the importance of saving trees. And it's interesting that in Coventry, we're trying to plant one tree for every citizen. I've just been dealing with a community organisation that wants to get more involved in planting trees in their locality. So it's an issue that the impact may be seen to be small, but it has an impact in communities, and that's what we need to be emphasising. These are areas we're all no doubt looking at individually, and now here is a chance to talk to others, because whether we're doing it on Zoom or whether we're doing it in person, that contact with others is so important. As a city, we've taken steps to improve air quality, and in Coventry, we are committed to work with others to build on the changes we've made in recent years. But we know these are just steps, and we must continue on the journey, improving all the time. It's not an easy task, especially, as I said, we have to take citizens along with us. But Coventry is proud to be working with you all, and we look forward to making some of those differences together. Anything more that we can do to promote that after this event, I know the Lord Mayor and I will be very interested in doing. So thank you once again, and I hope everybody enjoys the day and can take a lot from it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my very good councillor. Thank you for your presentation. Let me share my screen and then go to our next guest. Can you all see the next? Yes, you can. Yeah. Can somebody come? Yes. I mean, Professor Amin says, yes, I can. Okay. So what we could do now is to go to our next speaker. Our next speaker is our good MP for Rugby, Mark Posey. He's our first distinguished keynote speaker. He served as a parliamentary private secretary to the Minister for Defence, Personnel, Welfare and Veterans, and the Secretary of State for Works and Pensions. So he's got a lot of experience of government. After the 2017 general election, he was elected to the Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy Select Committee, which is a very important committee. He's a member of the prestigious 1922 Executive Committee of the Conservative Party, which is an important body within the governing party at the moment. He has had immense success in making the case for increased investment to support electric vehicles, including championing the proposal for a new battery factory in Coventry. We are very grateful to him. He believes in encouraging drivers to switch to electric cars, a key part of our strategy to improve environmental standards and air quality. But before I give the platform to him, I hope he realized the road to all electric is hybrid cars, and the governments are going to stop this. And most auto manufacturers at this moment in time, they have a range of hybrids, and only 2% of all the cars in the whole world is electric. We haven't got the infrastructure. We are not in the position, and there are a lot of challenges in terms of looking at how these batteries are going to be stored later. A lot of people are saying these batteries can last a long time. I can assure you, I have a Range Rover, is hybrid, and after a year, the 100% went to 24 miles, and now after 18 months, I've only got 20 miles. So the battery is deteriorating. And also I've seen these batteries exploding. Any form of accidents could create massive explosions, and the toxic pollutants will travel 10 miles diameter, and the vehicle will be a write-off. So I do feel that, yes, electric vehicles are the future, but we should not discourage hybrid cars. Now, the platform is yours, my very good MP.
Thank you, Professor Reza, and it's a great pleasure to be taking part in this very important and interesting conference. Dr. Reza has already mentioned that I am the Member of Parliament for Rugby. Rugby is my hometown. I grew up there. In fact, I grew up in Binley Woods, for those who know Binley Woods, and I was elected in 2010. And I had a business background before becoming an MP, and so I was very keen to become a member of the Bays Select Committee, where I have to say originally my interests were more on the business side, but over time I've got more and more into the energy portfolio that the Select Committee looks at. And we have been involved in recent inquiries. We've looked at electric vehicles. We reported in October 2018, and Professor Razor, I hear some of the things you say on electric vehicles, and we're making progress there. We're about to publish a report on decarbonising heat in homes, and particularly the need for insulating, improving the quality of insulation of our housing stock. And we are currently undertaking an inquiry on the basis of where governance lies in respect of net zero, which government departments are responsible for the very ambitious targets that we've set. And government does take climate change very seriously. It's probably the number one item on the agenda in Parliament right now, particularly with COP26 coming up next month, which gives a real seminal opportunity to change attitudes in terms of global policy making. And it's an area where the UK has probably the most ambitious target, that of achieving net zero. And let's be important that it's net zero that we're going for. We're not going for absolute zero. We're going for net zero because we know that there will continue to be manufacturing processes that will continue to produce CO2. What we've got to do is offset those by getting to the net zero. And that's an incredibly ambitious target that was, in fact, set under the previous Prime Minister, under Theresa May's administration. And we know that getting there will require enormous shifts in technology, but also in people's mindsets as we switch from gas boilers to alternative heat sources such as hydrogen boilers, heat pumps, and making increased use of district heat networks. And Professor has just spoken about the move from petrol to electric vehicles. And I think it's important that in this conference we are considering also the impact of air pollution, because we improve air pollution when we improve CO2 emissions. The two go hand in hand, but we do know that air pollution is a very serious environmental risk to human health. And I'm told that the annual health cost of the impacts of particulate matter in the UK is estimated to be something in the order of £16 billion. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the action that government's taking, and I do hope, if I've got time, to refer a little bit to what's happening locally. I'm a proud Rugbyan. I was a member of Rugby Borough Council, and at district council level there are measures that can be taken at a local level to assist with those that are being taken nationally to provide the broader picture. And I think the framework for where the government's position is was set out by the Prime Minister in November last year with his 10-point plan for a green industrial revolution, providing an £80 million fund for green jobs and national parks. And I'm going to pick up, if I may, deal with each of those items on the 10-point plan, of which the first three relate, of course, to how we generate electricity. We've already heard reference to the increasing proportion of power generation that's produced by offshore wind. And I have to say I have a big interest in this as the Member of Parliament for Rugby, where traditionally Rugby's heavy industry was based around power generation. Many of the coal-fired power stations around the world owe their origins to BTH, subsequently DEC, AEI, Alstom in my constituency. One of the tragedies, perhaps, is that signals from government in respect of renewables weren't strong enough for enough investment to have taken place in the UK for us to have benefited for the switch to renewable sources. But offshore wind, we know, will be an incredibly important component. We know that the cost of offshore wind has reduced dramatically as is being delivered at scale. And our proposal is that we should produce up to 40 gigawatts of our power by 2030, supporting 60,000 jobs. We're also looking at advancing nuclear, and I speak as someone who visited the construction site of Hinkley Point earlier this week. I visited 2 or 3 years ago with the Select Committee when, frankly, all I saw was a hole in the ground, and now I see the biggest construction project in Europe, I think, with a bespoke a proposal to bring forward incredibly important base load. The power that's available when the wind doesn't blow. And we perhaps got no greater example of why baseload is important than during the month of September, when we benefited from very nice warm temperatures as a consequence of high pressure over the UK. But of course, anybody looking at wind turbines will see that they were either not turning at all or turning incredibly slowly, and we weren't able at that time to generate the volumes that we needed. So base load is important. And I have to say, I agree with you, Professor, about your remarks on tidal, because tidal is a renewable source that can also provide base load, because the tide comes in and out twice a day. And I was very disappointed that the government didn't proceed with the Swansea Bay tidal lagoon, not least of course because there would have been employment opportunities in my constituency, because GE of Rugby would have manufactured the turbines. I think we do need to keep pushing that particular route. And we're looking at the role of hydrogen. We know that we can pretty safely overnight reduce our CO2 emissions from our gas grid by putting 20% hydrogen into the gas grid almost immediately. And I see no reasons why we shouldn't hold back on that. And we know that trials have taken place, I believe, on Keele University, where hydrogen has been substituted within the gas supply, the local gas supply there. And I know that there's now a trial going on in a broader community. That, of course, does require modification to appliances, but it's important that new appliances, the appliances that are installed pretty much as of now, are hydrogen ready, so that the modification that's necessary will be at a minimum. The professor raised the issue of electric vehicles, and of course that's of massive significance for us in the West Midlands, with automotive manufacture being incredibly important. And I hear what the professor said about a hybrid, and of course probably the most significant hybrid that's produced is the new London taxi being produced at Anstey Park in my constituency, which I see very much as a pioneer for electrification. For many people, their first experience of travelling in an electrically powered vehicle will be in a taxi. And if it's a positive one, they will look more favourably on moving to hybrid and all electric at some point in the future. So that pioneering role is important. And then in terms of other methods of transportation, the government is keen to invest more in public transport. I'm delighted to hear from Kevin about the proposals for light rail in Coventry. Very much look forward to seeing that. I know that the introduction of tram networks in many of our towns and cities has been happened at very, very significant cost. And I know that light rail means that we can get to further points at much lower cost. And I'm involved in the all-party parliamentary group for cycling and walking. I'm an enthusiastic cyclist, and I want to see more safe cycleways. There's nothing more frustrating to the cyclist than to get on a cycleway and find that it suddenly disappears in the middle of a roundabout and you're put at risk. We need to make that better. Part of the government's agenda is looking at what's called Jet Zero and greener maritime, which again the professor referred to, which is supporting difficult to decarbonise sectors such as air transport and shipping. I've already mentioned the impact on making our homes, schools and hospitals greener, warmer and more energy efficient. And a route down to achieve that is the installation of heat pumps. Although we know that the transition to heat pumps right now is a very expensive alternative, I very much hope that adopting the technology at scale means that unit costs will reduce in much the same way as we've seen that happen for wind power generation. I have to say, I have visited some new homes in my constituency, low cost, affordable homes with heat pumps. And I was a little disappointed to see the amount of space taken up in the garden by the heat pump. And I very much hope that, again, by producing at scale and increasing efficiencies in the manufacturing process, we can reduce the size of these so that people aren't put off by their installation. We're also looking at carbon capture and storage, and using the voids in the North Sea. But much more important, I think, is carbon capture, usage and storage, and making use of the CO2 that's emitted during manufacturing processes. There are clusters working on that, I think, in the chemical industries of both the northeast and the northwest. And again, I have a particular interest there because in Rugby, we have the UK's biggest cement manufacturer, which is an island. It's isolated. It isn't part of a cluster because there are no other heavy emitters of that volume in the vicinity. And so there will be a real challenge of producing lower carbon cement. I know that the plant owners there, Cemex, are already doing that by intending the use of hydrogen within their manufacturing process to produce what will be known as green cement. Two other issues that were addressed by the Prime Minister in his 10-point plan were our natural environment with very ambitious objectives in terms of planting 30,000 hectares of trees every year. And just to the north of us, of course, we've got the New Forest. And I have to say, I'm quite an enthusiastic planter of trees, having planted something like 600 on a small area of land that I got. And not only am I pleased that we're doing the right thing, but it's fascinating to watch the growth and development and how the character of that small piece of land is changing. And then finally, the Prime Minister spoke about ensuring that innovation and finance is available to support some of these cutting edge technologies so that it will enable us to reach these energy ambitions. And I think it does mean that investors in the City of London need to perhaps wake up really and understand the change that's taking place and understand the technologies, because in the absence of their understanding them, I think they will find it increasingly difficult to invest in. I'm just going to say a couple of words about the Environment Bill, because again, I think that's a measure of the government's commitment to improving air quality, to improving CO2 emissions. And the bill will deliver cleaner air by requiring the government to set targets on air quality. And the bill will ask councils and other bodies to work together to tackle local air quality issues. And as another feature of the bill, the government will be required to regularly update its national air quality strategy. So there will be legally binding targets in the Environment Bill, and there will be 2 of those by October 2022. And there's amendment to the 1995 Environment Act to strengthen local air quality management frameworks. I think I've covered transport pretty substantially. Of course, that will provide benefits in air quality, particularly in our towns and cities where we know there are the biggest problems. I have to say, I was one of those who was a little sceptical about bringing forward the banning of the sale of internal combustion engines. I think it was originally planned for 2040. In our report, we called for that to come forward to 2035, and the government's been more ambitious than that and brought it forward to 2030. I was bothered on the impact that would have on our domestic manufacturers, because I was bothered that that might cause us to lose jobs in the West Midlands, but our largest local manufacturer has embraced that objective with enthusiasm and is in fact moving forward to electrification even faster than that. But just a couple of minutes, if I may, just mentioning local issues. Rugby Borough Council is working alongside the Coventry and Warwickshire Air Quality Alliance to implement air quality objectives. And the local council is promoting active and sustainable travel. I know that an improvement to the cycleway between Rugby and Leamington Spa, running along the old railway line, was launched. I think the groundbreaking took place this week. I occasionally use that on my bike. It's really enjoyable. And the great thing, of course, about a disused railway line is it's flat and it's easy and it's pleasant to cycle along. So that will link Rugby and Leamington very, very effectively. The council are looking to, part of a bid by Warwickshire County Council, to increase the number of electric charging points. And Professor Razor spoke about the challenge of getting our infrastructure up to speed if people switch directly to electric. And I think many people are looking to go directly to electric and skipping the hybrid phase that I think the professor was quite keen on. I see it as just an interim measure, but we do need to invest in our infrastructure, and I'm very proud that I was able to bring to bear some influence to make certain that the newest motorway services in the UK, which is at junction 1 of the M6 in Rugby, where there was an inadequate power supply, now has an adequate power supply, and it opened with 24 charging points. So it's an hour out of London and an obvious place where people would want to put extra charge in their car if they're making a journey between London and the northwest. So Rugby is a destination for those wanting to charge their car on a long journey. And the council is promoting local engagement with local and community groups. So there is a massive amount happening in this space, and I'm really pleased that this conference is taking place. It's incredibly important, and I look forward to hearing the contribution of many of the other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation and reassuring us the government is saying the right thing, and you are going to keep the government to make sure they implement what they have promised. A lot of good news. Rather than opening the floor for questions, but I would rather go straight to our other MP, Matt Western. Are you? Yes, I can see Matt is ready to go. Just for your information, Matt has been MP for Leamington, Warwick and Leamington since 2017. He has organized a number of major events in terms of helping people become more aware of the climate change challenges. And I know he's also keen on improving the air quality in the area, in the region. He knows a lot about, by the way, about transportation. He worked for Peugeot for 24 years. So he knows the challenges ahead of us. Rather than going any further, because I know most of you know who Matt is. So Matt, the platform is yours.
Thanks, Reza. Hopefully you can hear me all okay.
Yes.
Can I really thank you for the invitation to speak to you this morning. And can I thank everyone involved in bringing this conference together. It's an impressive array of institutions, and I'm delighted that Coventry University is so central to this, one of our finest universities in the UK, and a great platform really for research, not just for Coventry, but for the region as well. I mean, this conference really demonstrates, I think, the importance and significance of the issue to our local community. Just to clarify, of course, I think it was down on the agenda that this was the government message. Mark, I think, has given that. I will give some constructive comment from my perspective, really. As was said, I'm a member of Parliament Warwick and Leamington, chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group, which Mark is involved with as well, on electric vehicles, and also the All-Party Motor Group, that is the representative body for the industry. I was previously a county councillor, as Reza said, and nice to see you again, that I was a county councillor for 4 or 5 years. And one of the things I did there was propose, which got cross-party support, an energy plan for Warwickshire. And that was aimed at creating energy resilience and also making it resilient and sustainable. That was really inspired by some of the reading I was doing at the time. I'm not an expert, people like you are. That's why it's so great to have so many impressive people in this conference. But I was inspired by what Munich, the city of Munich, was doing, and back in 2009, how it had set itself the target of powering itself by renewables, purely 100% renewables by 2023, I think it is. And I understand that it's well on track. So that was the thinking behind that. It got cross-party support, but that's the sort of person I am, and the kind of motivations that I have. Yes, you mentioned about Peugeot. We were the first to try and commercialize electric vehicles on a scale in this country. There was the La Rochelle project in France that we were central to with the French government and with the support of the nuclear industry. Sadly, of course, in the world of commerce, it's all about timing, and the timing was wrong. This was like 30 years ago. And then bringing product in the sort of early 90s to the UK for Royal Mail and others just was the wrong time, so it didn't succeed. What I want to concentrate on just perhaps more specifically is about air quality. And what is the problem here? The report from the Royal College of Physicians estimates that something like 40,000 deaths every year are attributable to air pollution in the UK. And to put that into context, that's something equates to something like, well, 20 times the number of deaths caused by road traffic accidents on average a year. But it's the air quality that is a particular issue and hits the most deprived communities the hardest. Those living near rail lines, rail stations, major road arteries and junctions. And above all, it is children that are disproportionately affected by polluted air. The research from the World Health Organization has shown it affects children in uniquely damaging ways, from low birth weight to pure neurodevelopment. I'm sure all on this call will be aware of the death of, I think she was just 11 years old, little Ella Adu Kissy Deborah, who grew up on the South Circular Road in London, walked to school every day, and the coroner's report into her death stated, and I quote, "Air pollution made a material contribution to her death." More widely, the problems of air quality have been further exposed by the recent COVID-19 pandemic. Preliminary work in England suggests that air pollution has an effect on COVID-19 infection and death rates, which just goes to show how central it is to our respiratory problems. Like so many major issues, of course, like climate change, resolving the problems of air quality would seem really just too great, too overwhelming for us to manage. But as has been said, the effects are felt locally and are politically important, which is, I'm sure, what you want to hear about from us as well. Just if I may be a bit parochial here, the World Health Organization in its report showed that Leamington was amongst the 30 most polluted areas in the country. So it's something that I take extremely seriously. In fact, something like 29,000 children growing up in Warwick district are growing up with unsafe levels of air pollution, including 1,400 babies under the age of 1. These are quite staggering and disturbing figures. This has a tangible effect on life expectancy of local residents. If we compare the wealthier parts of, say, Kenilworth, just south of Coventry, to the more deprived parts of Leamington, there is something like an 18-year difference in life expectancy. Now, of course, as I say, there are other contributor factors at play there, but air quality is an important factor. So what are the solutions? Well, I believe urban mobility is key to this, and I would emphasize intra-urban movement. I think the development of electric vehicles is key. I hear the points made by Reza. Something like a third of nitrogen oxide emissions come from road transport. So therefore, we have to look at new forms of mass transit and personal transportation. In terms of mass transit, the development of electric and hydrogen-powered buses is vital. Locally, Warwick-based Volvo, or the UK operations of Volvo, has introduced its electric bus models, and I'm sure we'll be hearing more about this later. But authorities need to be determined and encourage change, and cities such as London, Aberdeen are leading the way, really, in their uptake. And clearly, it's far easier the larger the city and the conurbation. Elsewhere, last week I was in Birmingham, and I was really impressed. I hadn't been in for a couple of years for whatever reason, I guess maybe spending too much time in London. The investment in the tram networks, I think, is seriously impressive. But the development of the VLR, as I think Kevin mentioned, I think Mark also mentioned, by WMG in conjunction with Coventry City, I think is a really exciting prospect. and really very much look forward to that coming on stream. Looking further afield to countries such as Norway and how they have proposed or encouraged electric vehicle take-up. The exemptions from vehicle registration tax for battery EVs, low annual road tax, free municipal parking, reduced company car tax, and other incentives, I think, have shown what can be done to rapidly change consumer interest and take-up of different forms of mobility. When it comes to taxis, private hire vehicles, I think they should be a major drive of the change needed. I think we're going to see much more use of assisted mobility, if you want to describe it like that. So incentives really that will help LEVC, which is such a great company in our region, I think should and would be a major beneficiary of such changes. But the consumer take-up, although we're seeing much greater numbers taking up electric vehicle, it is still slow. There is still consumer concern with range anxiety, initial upfront cost, and so on. And we need to see much more investment in public infrastructure. And we are way behind Germany and France in that respect. At the recent Labour Party conference, of course, I met with Midlands Connect, who informed me that in this region alone, we need to install 11 electric vehicle charging points a day in order to meet the ambition of no petrol diesel by 2030. And we're currently operating at just 2 per day, not 11, 2. So that gives you the scale of the challenge. In fact, the SMMT, Society of Motor Manufacturers and Traders, they report through their own consultants that we need to spend £21 billion in public charging points, for EV charging points. So there's still much more to do. But there's also other stuff we can do in terms of air quality. For example, I raised in Parliament the idea of fitting monitors to refuse lorries to provide us with real-time data. You think refuse lorries go down nearly every street in the country. Reza, perhaps that's something you want to pick up with colleagues. It'd be a really great piece of research data that you could then use. And then we would understand by street level what is going on in our towns and cities. Speaking of refuse lorries, excuse the plug for a second, but Dennis Eagle in my constituency in Leamington here has developed its first electric refuse vehicle. So the innovation, the investment is happening at the private level. I think more broadly, if I could just talk about HG vehicles, heavy goods is a massive issue. And I think we need to encourage urgently the investment in and development of hydrogen networks. And this is something, say, South Korea is doing a lot on. Let me just turn to active travel, which I think should be a central priority. Just 11% of adults cycle at least once a week in Warwickshire, compared to 12% in England as a whole. Now, personally, I got into trouble with the Sun on Sunday for being a keen cyclist. They call me I think the Sun described me as a cycling fanatic. I think I just do what most other people try and do. And, the route that Mark was just describing between Leamington and Rugby is great. We need to get the one between Leamington and the campus at Warwick installed, and then through better networks across the area. But I don't, it's this stuff I talk about, but I'm proud to say I walk the walk as well. I bought myself an electric bike 18 months ago, and I use it not just around the constituency, which surprised a lot of people, but also my commute to Parliament. We need to invest more. Warwickshire was a real laggard in terms of its expenditure on cycling infrastructure. Back in 2018, I haven't seen the most recent figures, but in 2018, they were spending just 88p per person compared to a UK average of £2 per person. We've got to get serious about this and actually put the money in place, and that will then change modal shift. Now, for our part, my part, Labour, we're committed to spending £10 per person on cycling and walking. Locally, Cycleways has been working with Clean Air for Leamington and Clean Air for Warwick, launched their visionary cycle network for Warwick District, which connects parts of the constituency in a Dutch-style network of cycle routes. And this inspires confidence in cyclists. the market shows that there are 56% of car journeys that are under 5 miles, and 49% in Warwick District work less than 3 miles from home, distances that could easily be managed by cycle. As I said, I'm not in government, but with regards to the national picture, let me just explain what our commitments would be. That would be a major capital investment, £28 billion per year until 2030 for what we describe as the green transition. And we would require every major business to tell us their carbon footprint and how it is consistent with net zero. And we would reiterate the existing policy that would be introduced by a Labour government, which is a net zero and nature test for every policy, investment in electric battery factories, gigafactories, charging infrastructure, and interest-free loans for low and middle income households to boost car manufacturing, create jobs, and make owning or access to a zero-emission vehicle an option for all. Let me just turn finally and briefly to housing. And Mark was just talking about heat pumps. I mean, one of the things that propelled me into politics was I tried to build a low-carbon house and was frustrated. But I put in a heat pump 11 years ago and solar thermal. And I've used, in the last 11 years, 91 cubic meters of gas. 91, I mean, it's nothing. But these things could have been done and still can be done at scale and using UK manufacture. But also we should be looking at triple glazing. The Germans are way ahead of us in triple glazing. Triple glazing would improve air quality within the home. It would suppress the ingress of pollution as well. And of course, it would save on consumer bills. But finally, on that point, planning, we need much greater powers for planners, for local authorities, the likes of Kevin and others who are on this conference in Coventry City and also in Warwickshire, to be able to make the decisions and set the policies that will bring about this change. Just in conclusion, I see I'm sort of more or less at time. I think the solution is really in a combination of all the points that I was raising and what we would be proposing. We need a joined up approach. Mass transit is so vital. The very light rail system, the electric buses, hydrogen buses, and their networks, the energy infrastructure, that we need to deliver and encourage private investment into. But as well as personal mobility, electric vehicles, whether they be cars as we understand them today, or more micro mobility, which is already revolutionizing the transport landscape. But we need to get serious and urgent about this. And I do think that what government should be doing is giving much more power to local authorities and more funding to enable this to happen, because the infrastructure is central and to the change. Without the infrastructure being in advance of the market, the consumer will never go to it. They will always be fearful and concerned about not being able to recharge their vehicle, not being able to get safe access, whether it be cycle networks through our towns and so on. I believe that Coventry and Warwickshire can really lead the way. We've seen the battery industrialization centre, which is a terrific development, and we just need to get the gigafactory built as well to support our local manufacturers, vehicle manufacturers. And as I say, I think that with greater powers, Coventry and Warwickshire can lead the way. I very much look forward to hearing some of the contributions. I can't be in on the conference all day, but I will dip in and out. But thank you for the invitation.
Mark, thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for putting to practice what you preach. And this concept of heat pump, I hope Mark and yourself and others would advise the government that heat pump is a solution forward, although putting hydrogen in the central gas heating is important. And not many people know that gas central heatings produce 40% of the total particulate matter 2.5, which does the most damage to our health. There is a presentation by a medical professional on the impact of this on human health and so on later. But thank you very much, Matt. Now, I want to go to the third keynote speaker, because we heard two politicians talking, I wanted to also say senior academics, what is his view, and then hopefully we have one or two questions. I'm going to share my screen again. Can you all see it? Yes. So if I go to the next one, that was okay. Now, the next speaker, I know he's with us, is Professor Roy Harrison. He is a Queen Elizabeth II Birmingham Centenary Professor of Environmental Health at University of Birmingham. And also he's a distinguished adjunct professor at King Abdulaziz University, Saudi Arabia. His research interests are in air pollution, especially airborne particulate matter. He has also been heavily engaged in science policy interface as a member of several government technical advisory groups for Department of Health and Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, DEFRA, including past membership of DEFRA's Science Advisory Council. He has done a lot of good work. He's been given the Order of the British Empire in 2004. And I know he has been a fellow of Royal Society since 2017. He has written over 600 papers, and he is one of the most distinguished and highly cited researcher. So Professor Roy Harrison, the platform is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Reza. May I share my screen? It will be the easiest way to show the presentation.
And then, yes, please.
Professor Roy, just in case you're having difficulties, I've got your presentation open on my computer. I can share as well.
I think we, unfortunately, we may need to do that since it doesn't seem to be showing up on mine, which is very strange.
That's fine.
I don't know where it's gone.
It's okay. I'm sharing my screen now.
Okay, if you'd like to go into full screen mode, that's my title. I'd like to just highlight some key issues in air pollution currently and talk about some of the interactions between climate change policy and air quality, where there are some important trade-offs that we may need to be aware of. So next slide, please. So worldwide, there are 4.5 million premature deaths estimated by World Health Organization associated with outdoor air pollution exposure. And in the UK, the authoritative number is around 30,000, a little over 30,000, if one takes the average of this range, premature deaths attributed to air pollution exposure to the combination of particulate matter and nitrogen dioxide, and that's the figure accepted by what's now called the UK Health Security Agency, formerly the Health Protection Agency. Now, what's very significant is the WHO came out with new guidelines just last month, and whereas the 2005 guideline, which I was personally involved in setting, was 10 micrograms per cubic meter for fine particles, they're now recommending 5 micrograms per cubic meter for PM2.5. And the 40 microgram per cubic meter nitrogen dioxide guideline is reduced to 10 micrograms per cubic meter. Now, whereas much of the UK was actually coming into conformity with those 2005 guidelines, the new guidelines will be hugely challenging for the country. And I think we have to regard them as aspirational targets. So there's very much to be done. Next slide, please. So for those particular pollutants, nitrogen dioxide and PM2.5, which are those most responsible for the premature mortality, that which people are breathing on the streets is mainly from diesel engines. This is a low altitude emission and very high concentrations on UK streets. And the engineering controls are available. They're just not being applied very effectively by the vehicle manufacturers at the moment. But things are improving because the emission standards are steadily tightening. For PM2.5, we have an issue with non-exhaust emissions of particles, and I'll elaborate on that in a moment. We have a big problem with domestic wood burning. We have a largely unquantified issue with cooking emissions. And in fact, the biggest component of our airborne particulate matter is secondary particles, which come from atmospheric oxidation of sulfur dioxide, oxides of nitrogen, and volatile organic compounds. And the key to controlling that part of the PM2.5 is to, if possible, reduce the emissions of those gases, sulfur dioxide, oxides of nitrogen, and volatile organic compounds. Next slide, please. So this shows work where we looked at the source contributions to PM2.5 in central London. This is an urban background site, meaning it's not a roadside, it's away from the major road. And in fact, the biggest component there that's accounting for very close to 50% of the PM2.5 mass is made up of ammonium nitrate and ammonium sulfate. And those are the secondary constituents that I was referring to that we can only control by controlling the sulfur dioxide and oxides of nitrogen emission. Worth mentioning though, the ammonium component is very important, and that comes from emissions of ammonia, which are largely from agriculture and which are currently very, very poorly controlled. And there's a lot that can be done, and this is already on the policy agenda with DEFRA, but we're not moving very quickly. We need to move more quickly in reducing ammonia emissions. We'd then see less ammonium sulfate and ammonium nitrate. And you will see that things like wood smoke, food cooking and road traffic are significant, but they're not actually huge contributors. Next slide. This just gives a context for the wood burning issue. There, in terms of grams per hour, we see at the top, with very low emissions from the exhaust, a current diesel passenger car. The particle filters that have been fitted since 2011 are very efficient, and so the emissions are really quite low. But when we get down to the stove, the wood stove, which is actually one designed to meet the old Clean Air Act standards, the emissions are hugely greater. Now, that things will improve with new wood stoves, because from the beginning of next year, they will have to meet the Eco Design Directive that's come out of Europe, which the UK has signed up to. But there are loads and loads of old wood stoves around. There are open fires being burnt. And wood burning is an increasing source of PM2.5 in the UK that needs to be addressed. Next slide, please. So I mentioned non-exhaust emissions from road traffic. So these are particles coming from the wear of the brakes, from tyre wear, from the road surface abrasion, and from road surface dusts. There's always dust on the road surface that gets moved into the air by the forces of the tyres moving over it and by the wind in the wake of the vehicle. And the next slide shows that for this, sorry, I'm losing sequence. I'll come back to that shortly. Now, next slide, please. I think it was Mr. Posey mentioned the Environment Bill that's currently in front of Parliament, and quite rightly indicated that it contains proposals for air quality objectives. Now, in particular, those refer to airborne particulate matter, and there's both a duty to set a long-term air quality target through the targets framework and a duty to set a target on PM 2.5 as an annual average concentration in ambient air. And I'll elaborate on that if I could have the next slide. So the targets for PM 2.5 include a limit value. So that's a threshold target. So that's a concentration that shouldn't be exceeded at any location. But there's also this issue of the average exposure, and there will be a population exposure reduction target, which is an estimate of average outdoor exposure concentration across the entire population of the country. And that will mean the installation of a lot more monitors reflecting population density. And there will be a target to reduce that overall average exposure. And the next slide elaborates on this somewhat. So the rationale from for the population exposure reduction target, on the right, we see PM 2.5 concentrations across the UK with a strong gradient from the southeast, highest concentrations towards the northwest, the lowest concentrations. And we have to bear in mind that there's no recognized safe threshold for PM 2.5. So coming to concentrations below the old WHO standard is going to have benefits for public health. And that's why the WHO has now set a tighter guideline to try and drive concentrations down further. Now, without this population exposure reduction target, if we just had a limit value target, the action would focus on hotspots with no incentive to reduce exposures elsewhere. So the greatest health benefit for the most people requires reducing PM 2.5 levels in all densely populated areas, and not just the centres of large cities. And so the threshold target provides equity, so everyone gets at least some benefit, but there's efficiency in the population exposure reduction target. That gives the best overall improvement in health to the public. Now, on this question of roadside traffic and the increment of PM 2.5, here we see for 6 cities on the left of each bar graph, the concentration at a heavily traffic influenced site. Then next to that, the urban background, and then that at the surrounding rural site. And we see that cities actually, by and large, don't generate a huge extra amount of PM 2.5. Most of it's in the rural background. And that's because most of it is those secondary compounds I referred to. But what you see is that the traffic is not actually making a huge difference to PM 2.5. It is important at roadside, but it's not dominating people's exposure by any means. And actually, it's slightly worse in the UK than in most of these cities, largely, I think, because we've got other sources under better control. Now, the next slide, please, shows black carbon concentrations between 2009 and 2018. Now, black carbon is the main component of diesel particles. And what that shows is the huge benefit that we've seen from the introduction of particle filters on diesels, which came in on all new diesels from 2011. and it's really driven down quite effectively the black carbon concentrations. And those are measurements on Marylebone Road in London, which many of you will know as a very heavily traffic polluted location. So we're seeing benefits for exhaust emissions, but the next slide will show what's happening to exhaust and non-exhaust emissions. And this is an average from the EU 28 countries, dating from the time when the UK was still one of those. And it shows from 2000 to 2018, the solid black line is the exhaust emissions from road traffic, which we see has fallen very effectively over that time. But we see a growth in road abrasion and tyre and brake wear to the point where at the end of this graph, the sum of those two sources is pretty much equaling the exhaust emissions. And the next slide shows the situation for the UK for PM 2.5 for road transport, where the yellow at the top is the exhaust emissions. And if we look at 2021, we see that the other bits, the tyre wear in blue, the brake wear in orange, and the road abrasion in grey, are well exceeding the exhaust emissions. And that is a problem that battery electric vehicles will not resolve. And there have been some arguments that actually they're going to emit more non-exhaust emissions because they're typically heavier than internal combustion engine vehicles. The work that we've done, taking account of the exhaust emissions as well, suggests there won't actually be much difference, but we will not be overcoming this problem. Next slide, please. There is a major problem though with nitrogen dioxide, and here we see an equivalent graph to the one I showed for PM 2.5, in this case for nitrogen dioxide, showing the huge roadside and urban increments in nitrogen dioxide. And that is a problem that the battery electric vehicle will solve because it will not be emitting any nitrogen dioxide at the point of use. And if the electricity is generated by clean methods, then it won't be emitting nitrogen dioxide anywhere. So that is a great benefit of moving to battery electric vehicles. Next slide, please. Now, I don't think the audience will fail to make this distinction, but unfortunately, there is a very wide lack of appreciation of the fact that the majority of the general public don't understand the distinction between global air pollutants like carbon dioxide and methane, which primarily affect climate and don't directly affect human health, and locally acting air pollutants such as PM 2.5 and NO2, which have effects on health, generally close to the point of emission. Next slide, please. This refers to one of the activities I've been involved in, both through DEFRA's Air Quality Expert Group and also through the Royal Society. And that is looking at the implications of climate mitigation policies. So the implications of a move to net zero for locally acting air pollution. And fortunately for us, many of the policies for net zero require less burning of fossil fuels and are win-wins both for climate and local air quality. But some policies that are good for climate may have local air quality implications. And for example, the use of natural gas, the replacement of natural gas with hydrogen, if it's going to be burned rather than used in fuel cells, will likely create an issue, which I'll elaborate on in a moment. Also, direct carbon capture from the atmosphere, which seems something that's certainly on Bayes' radar as something that may go ahead, is likely to have important implications for air quality. And also, I'll say a word about the generation of blue hydrogen from methane and the adoption of ammonia as a fuel. The next slide elaborates on this. So combustion of hydrogen will cause emissions of NOx. And if we turn over our natural gas network to distributing hydrogen for use in boilers, gas boilers, for example, then burn hydrogen, we will still have NOx emissions. Carbon capture, for direct carbon capture from the atmosphere with amines, will inevitably lead to some amine losses to the atmosphere. These are toxic, and also they catalyze the formation of particles in the atmosphere, which may be another form of toxic pollution. The manufacture of blue hydrogen, as opposed to green hydrogen, comes from electrolysis of water. Blue hydrogen comes from chemical reactions of methane. There's an American report came out recently that suggests that there'll be so much methane that's lost, any climate benefits will be minimal because methane is a very active greenhouse gas. So that is an issue that will need to be carefully considered. And there is a suggestion that rather than having only sails, shipping may well use ammonia as a fuel. Now, you can use ammonia with fuel cells, which would be relatively clean, but if we go extensively to fuel cells, I have worries that there won't be sufficient precious metals to enable the construction of those fuel cells. You can combust ammonia. That would form oxides of nitrogen emissions, but also the loss of ammonia, what they refer to as slip, so evaporation during transfer and storage, is a source of particle formation. So there's a lot of issues there that need very careful appraisal before policy is finalized. So moving on to the next slide, this is just to say thank you very much for your attention. I will just, I did pick up on a comment in the chat about regenerative braking. It's worth noting that our calculations on the emissions from battery electric vehicles do take account of regenerative braking. If there's time, I'm very happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Harrison, for your presentation. Some of the information you presented to us is, as far as I'm concerned, is an eye-opener. I know we have another presentation about the health impact of air quality, but before we go any further, are there any questions we would like to raise? Or maybe Dr. Blackfear, we could pick one or two from the chat file. While we are waiting, Professor Harrison, we were talking about having hydrogen up to 20%. Government is obviously keen to started this project, having hydrogen in the gas pipelines for the central heating purposes. And you did mention that has got issues with nitrogen oxides. What are your views about the heat pump? Do you think that is a feasible solution?
Well, the heat pump is clearly very clean at the point of use, and as long as the electricity is generated cleanly, it is in many ways a good solution. My reservations about heat pumps, which I think to some extent reflect what you said in your earlier remarks, to do with the capital costs, which are very high at the moment, and also the fact that they're not capable of heating water to the same temperature as a conventional boiler does. And therefore there may be issues about whether they're adequate for heating poorly insulated homes. And indeed, my local authority where I live built a new premises and installed heat pumps for heating in the cooler months of the year and found that the heat pumps were inadequate. And they've had to supplement it with gas heating as well. So I think there are some concerns there, and we need improvements in many aspects of heat pumps to make them universally applicable, I believe.
There was just one general question from Ian. He was asking when we will see everything inside Coventry Ring Road become a traffic-free urban park with a free canopy cover over 40%.
Sorry, let me.
It's just a general question from Ian. He was saying, when we will see everything inside Coventry Ring Road become a traffic-free urban park with a free canopy cover over 40%.
Well, that's really a question for the politicians in Coventry, whether that's going to happen. It'd be wonderful if you could have a traffic-free area in the middle of Coventry. Oh yes, I see the question now. I mean, yes, as the questioner says, now there's an ambition / solution. I agree, that would be a wonderful thing. So I hope that's feasible. I see a question on the measurement of NOx and PM 2.5 with diffusion tubes. Diffusion tubes are good for generating long-term average concentrations of NOx. You can't actually measure PM 2.5 with them. And they are at a fixed site, so they don't necessarily reflect the real exposure of individuals, but carrying personal samplers can do that, but it's a relatively research-intensive activity.
Professor Harrison, thank you very much indeed. And I know we are going to pose some of the questions to our good MPs, and there are other MPs in the region. The report will go to them. But really, we learn a great deal from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thanks for the invitation.
You're welcome. And I'm sure we meet sometime soon. We have to move on with the program. The next one is Dr. Lackfield. You were going to say a few things about polyunibus. I said very little. Would you like to make your presentation now?
Yes, please. I can have a few minutes on polyunibus. Okay, thank you.
While Dr. Lackfield is preparing, Dr. Lackfield is our new managing director. He's the future. And I obviously have to throw the towel in sometime. That have kept me working for some 10 years after my retirement. So I wish him all the very best. Dr. Lackfield.
Thank you. Prof, could you confirm whether you can see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. So thank you, everyone. My name is Dr. Lackfield Singh. As Professor Reza introduced, I'm the new Managing Director of Center for Factories of the Future. Today, my presentation title is Polyunibus. It's a platform for initiating and implementing air quality projects. The project is co-funded by European Commission and UKNA under Erasmus Plus program of European Union. The key topics that I'm going to discuss in this presentation is a climate change. Firstly, climate change is a big elephant in the room. Our role in terms of climate change, why collaboration is the key to tackle the climate change, and the current initiatives which has been done over the world. And then I will introduce briefly the polyunibus and our achievements over the project so far. So as we know, climate change is a big issue. All the previous speakers has highlighted, and we all know as well, this is a big issue. It's kind of a big elephant in the room, and it has to be tackled, and has to be tackled very soon. Now, the thing is, there are lots going on recently all over the world. This is one of the slides from Met Office State of UK Climate in 2019 that shows a high increase in temperature. There were 4 records were set in 2019. The first one in February 2019, where we recorded the highest UK winter temperature in February 19. Another one was the highest temperature on record so far on 25th of July 2019. It's not just the temperature, we also has a 12% increase in rainfall, which leads to significant flood event. And we have witnessed the similar changes all over the world. For example, Germany recently was also a victim of flooding, where loss of life was lost because of this. The next one is the big issue with the climate change is there is no silver bullet solution for this problem. It requires long-term efforts to tackle this problem, and it has to be done collaboratively. So from the recent G7 meeting in Cornwall to UN COP26 in Glasgow, which is later this year, the need to greenhouse gas emissions and slow down global warming has never been higher in world political agenda. But delivering on those climate change commitment is going to depend on how all the different sectors like business, academia, and the policymakers, they work together. And in order for them to work together, they also need a systematic system that can support investment, and also the government, and who also need an entrepreneur who can turn the missions into action. This is especially important in relation to UK government's 10-point plan, which can be achieved, we believe, by unlocking the power of academia, business to work with the policymaker and deliver on stated objectives. Collaboration is the key. It has been highlighted by our previous speakers as well, how they are working collaboratively with the universities, local universities, and other businesses. And at the end, we all are responsible for climate change, so we should deal it with together too. Now, there are some past examples as well, where the collaboration has shown that it is working, especially the Clean Up Mekong campaign, which was run in Vietnam, where the authority, public and private sector come together to clean a lake, a river, which was highly polluted, and especially using a green energy. Similar initiatives were done by Coast Adapts that proposed a framework. In that framework, they also suggested that the partnership and collaborations can play a strong role in tackling climate change. Now, it comes to me to introduce you the Polyuniverse project, which is a cloud-based collaboration platform for policymakers, academia, businesses to come together and address regional, national, as well as global issues such as climate change. This is a international project with partners from UK, from Finland, Portugal, as well as from Turkey. As a part of this project, we have developed a number of solutions. For example, there are a number of reports as well. For example, a report on current practices that shows how the things are dealt with in a different partner countries, especially Portugal, Finland, the Turkey, as well as in the UK. We have also come up with the challenge-led methodology that provide a recommendation on the use of methodology for each of the key stakeholders, how this systematic collaboration process can be applied. Moving on, we are currently working on a model of engagement. We have proposed a 5-step approach that can be used by academia, businesses, and the policymakers to first of all set the challenges for business and academia to come together and address those challenges, and also a solution for finding which one is the good idea, and that can be further supported with the funding. We're going to be presenting more information about the engagement model and other achievements later on in our workshop, which is going to start about 3 o'clock. We have also got a grading framework that helps policymakers to evaluate different ideas which are submitted by by businesses and academia. Now, there is a platform as well, which is based on all the work that we have done. It's a polyuniverse.org. This is where you can reach this platform. This is currently under development, but it will be ready soon. So if you're interested, please visit this website. Now, finally, this platform going to provide a number of services. It's going to be a cloud-based collaboration platform. There will be a dashboard for policymakers to engage with the businesses, academia, and set up innovation challenges to address regional and national issues. There will be a specific dashboard for companies as well, from small to large organizations, where they can collaborate with local businesses or international businesses as well as academia. And then there's a dashboard for universities, HEI, and colleges, where they can also collaborate with other actors. Now, the most important thing is with this platform is the funding service. As we all know, this is one of the issues, especially with the small organization. They don't know where to look for funding, because funding is not centrally located at one platform. They are different organizations. Some of them, they are government organizations, there are some charitable organizations which provide fundings for specific issue. Now, the problem is, these businesses doesn't know where to find all these funding sources. So we're gonna also provide a dedicated service where the users, either it's academia or the businesses, can find information about funding for their ideas. Now, there will be a grading services, as I mentioned, to evaluate idea project, and this will be available to the policymakers. Now, finally, we're going to have a repository of success stories. This is where the businesses can learn from other success stories from all over the world and can be applied locally or at nationwide. So that's bringing me to the end of the presentation. I would like to invite you all to join us at 3 p.m. today, which is going to be end of this conference, for our Polyuniverse workshop. This workshop will present up-to-date work of Polyuniverse project, which will cover novel collaboration methodology, challenge-led engagement framework, grading framework, as well as our cloud-based platform. And there are a number of speakers who are going to present in this workshop. Professor Reza with his keynote speech, and then Professor Tuno from Finland. Then we go Baha from LUT University in Finland, and then Professor Alberto from Portugal as well. So if you got any questions, please contact me, and my details are there, and I look forward to see you at 3 p.m. Thank you very much. So you are muted, I think. I still cannot hear you. In the meantime, I have to have a look. I think the next on the agenda I can see is the young people and their views on environmental issue. Is that correct? So yeah, that's right. So I'm gonna, Professor Reza has given me the video recordings of some of the work which has been done. I'm gonna play those ones now. Please let me know if you can hear this time. I think I figured out how to play the sound, but please do let me know.
Please share screen.
Okay, give me a second. Okay, and you see my screen now? Anyone, could you please confirm?
Yeah, we can see your screen, yes.
I'm going to play this video. Let me stop here and try one more time. There's a share sound. So there's a button. If any other presenter going to present and have an audio in their presentation, if you share screen at the bottom bottom left corner, there is a button called share sound. I think that needs to be pressed. I'm going to try now if it works. So that's the option that you need to choose as well.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, hello again. In the next 10
Would you please confirm if the audio is working this time?
Yes, it is working. Yeah.
minutes, I will talk to you about the outcome of some of the work we do with young people. And as some of you may be aware, they are very concerned about the Earth. They understand the Earth and what greenhouses are. They know sun is a source of warmth, but also it has radiations which need to be absorbed, otherwise we will be harmed. And if you look at, for instance, some of the layers here, each layer has got a specific function. For instance, if you look at the two nearest one, troposphere, which is referred to as Earth's blanket, this reflects infrared. And if you look at the stratosphere, this is a layer containing ozone, and that filters ultraviolet light. So they are all have certain function to protect us. But yet every year in this limited atmosphere, we dump lots of toxins and greenhouse gases. And most young people are concerned about substantial rise in carbon dioxide, nitrogen oxides, methane. These are the greenhouse gases that are having a major impact on us. And obviously, we know, for instance, in terms of NOx, mainly from transport, and it's some 50% of the total. So we can target the transport system and see what we can do. Also, in terms of central heating system, we know they are responsible for producing over 40% of the most harmful emissions, namely PM 2.5, which cause a great deal of harm. And one other thing that I want to say early in the process is that a lot of people talk about carbon dioxide being captured and dumped at land or sea. But remember, when it comes to the sea, which is the easiest, the carbonic acid is formed, and this is a very unstable acid. Once the sea is saturated in certain areas, the carbon dioxide is then emitted back onto the air. And if you want to dump it in the land, it's a very expensive process. Anyway, I know there has been a lot of conventions, Kyoto, Paris now, COP26. And I know, for instance, in terms of NOx, one of the things that we have been aware of, that diesels do produce NOx. And obviously, as the diesel become more efficient, it produces more NOx. And but we also know that NOx can be captured and burned as fuel. So it can be something useful, yet the diesel has been demonized. And also there is sometimes people don't realize there's a difference between diesels and diesel is a fuel, and internal combustion engines can be configured to burn this or burn petrol or burn hydrogen. But internal combustion engines are one of the most precious inventions of mankind, and it's here to stay. And one other thing is about trees. We know very little. I know we have got two presentations, but trees produce oxygen during the day and carbon dioxide during the night. But we don't know which tree produces more oxygen or more nitrogen oxide. And that's one area of research, or should be at least. This is if you look at our planet here, in terms of land, sea, and air, there is a balance. And this balance there is a set of figures that shows this balance has to be kept. And of course, if you keep dumping greenhouse gases or toxins, this balance will be disturbed. This is, for instance, one example of the world's biggest machine capturing carbon from the air, turned on in Iceland. It costs apparently between $10 million, $15 million, and it draws some 4,000 tons of CO2 that equates to the emission from 870 cars. If you look at this figure, it means every one of us, if we were these 870 cars, could be given $15,000 a year. And I am convinced most of us will abandon our cars for that sort of reward. Nevertheless, the costs of these are huge, and obviously they don't talk about maintenance. Maintenance, this one is also substantial. Now, young people are very concerned about the exponential rise in carbon dioxide and methane in recent years. And if you look at 1960 to 2020, this rise has been continuing. I know there is a diagram here showing transport is mostly responsible for greenhouse gases, but don't look at this. This is not a very good figure. We used this in one of our papers, which we are presenting in London on 28th, 29th. I gave them this figure because this figure identifies which sector and which sector produces what. So, for instance, in terms of ladies and gentlemen,
Professor Razor, is your mic still not working?
I can
Yeah, it was working. You have to check the USB on your computer. It is plugged in properly. I will come over. Give me one second. Yeah, it should work now.
Should work. Okay. Okay. Can somebody tell me whether you can hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Yes, mate.
Yes,
Yes, I can hear you, Reza.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Sorry. I had to get Dr. Lackfield from his office. As you know, I've got a sore throat and I'm not well, so we thought we use some of these videos, but I will carry on. I share my screen again, and I will go back to now. Can you hear my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good, good. So we were here. I cannot, it doesn't matter because we came to the end of the conversation, did we not? We showed this one and we did show that one and so on. In fact, we came to the end and I tell you why. I actually was going to show you this particular set of slides, which was produced by Dr. Kashi. He's a very well-known doctor. And some of the things he said was very similar to Professor Harrison. So I wasn't actually going to go through all this and save some time. But World Health Organization considers that 90% of our children breathe toxic air. This is not me. This is not Professor Harrison. This is World Health Organization. And in terms of West Midlands and East Midlands, 10%, that is the proportion of deaths attributable to air pollution in the region. And I know Professor Harrison gave you some of the figures. The figures I have here from Dr. Kashi is the Public Health England 2008. One thing did surprise me was here, 5% of deaths are due to poor air quality in England and its regions. He very quickly, it's not a question of respiratory system, but especially very small particulate matter can affect our eyes, nose, throat, heart, blood vessels, brain, reproductive system. And obviously there are a lot of known unknowns and unknown unknowns. So really I would like government to take this a little bit more seriously and fund research programs where business and universities could come together and see the impact of poor air quality on not just on the respiratory system or just number of deaths, but targeting what pollutants can be reduced in order to save life or harm to now one of the things I know when it comes to particulate matter, the very fine one which comes from tires, especially electric cars because they're heavier and our roads are not maintained well. So from that sort of dust, something like 0.1 micron, they can penetrate into our skin and go into our brain, so and into a woman's womb. So these are serious issues, and I think we should take them seriously. And it is not just about pregnancy or childhood, it affects us during our adulthood and also when we are older. One of the things also is the projection. If you look at the particulate matter PM10, PM2.5, and PM 0.1, but the projections of these are very frightening. Each 5 micron per meter cube increase in PM 2.5, for instance, leads to a 7% increase in mortality. And the situation is going to get much worse. And there is a strong evidence. It's not, we are not talking about weak evidence for this. There's also the question of looking at the nitrogen dioxide. I think Professor Harrison already mentioned, but that is from Public Health England, saying over 1,140,000 new cases of disease are attributable to nitrogen oxides. And also in terms of ammonia, some people don't realize a lot of farms now have started to produce. They used to harvest once per year. Now they do 2. Some do 3. Some do 4. So this question of ammonia is becoming an issue, and obviously rearing cows and pigs produces a lot of methane, which is very harmful. Professor Harrison mentioned is methane is very potent, but is over 100 times more potent than CO2. So I know we mentioned about sulfur dioxide, but there has been a substantial decrease in this particular toxin. And there is a lot of work going on to reduce it even further because it has very serious impact on our health. And I think Professor Harrison already mentioned the volatile organic compounds, but I'm more worried about non-methane volatile organic compounds, because some of these are mutagenic and carcinogenic. So these are some of the serious issues. And one of the things I was going to eventually let our colleagues know in a paper that we are producing for our presentation in London on 29th of October, these 2 diagrams appear. These are very interesting because it shows the car usage is 68%, the rail 10%, walking 10%, and so on. But is really the car? How can we get away, encouraging people not to use their private car, especially for short journeys, which I think it was Mark Posey told us it was about, or it was actually maybe it could be Matt Weston, I don't quite remember now. But they were really mentioning that there is most of the journeys is less than 5 miles. I wrote a paper for the government in 1995, and it won a national diploma and prize and so on. And at that time, the ratio was 70% of the journeys were less than 5 miles. So it has changed a little bit, but this is where the challenge comes. And obviously, I'm very pleased to see, for instance, that in Leamington and Coventry, they are working on cycle routes that are interconnected, and they are producing maps are very similar to London Underground. I think that sort of thing would help somebody like myself when I cycle to go from A to B. I can feel assured that these are interconnected cycleways. So these are some of the things we can do. As far as C4FF is concerned, C4FF has produced a lot of papers. There's a lot of projects. We produced these hybrid cars many years ago, helped to solve some of the problems. And one of the things I want people to know when they talk about hydrogen or talk about diesel, these are fuels. One thing we have to understand is there's some of the technical terms in terms of enthalpy and entropy. Because sometimes it's a hydrogen fuel density is almost nothing compared to kerosene or diesel or petrol. It has to be pressurized and pressurized heavily. And that really is very expensive and is not safe yet. I'm not anti-nitrogen because I believe it's coming. The technology is growing, but we have to understand what these challenges and problems are. I don't want to go any further. I'm going to stop and then start the session. Our colleagues from engineering institution from Midlands are going to make short presentation. So Dr. Latvia, back to you.
Before that, Prof, we have one question from the audience. Could you please answer that one? It says, would reducing speed and reducing sudden braking reduce these particulate matter?
No, this is one of the problems. The government hasn't been talking to auto manufacturers. You see, sometimes when you say reduce the speed, engines become less efficient and they produce more pollution relatively. And obviously braking. I mean, when I drive, I try not to brake suddenly. I try to brake very gently. Firstly, it would preserve my brake pads, but also it wouldn't produce as much dust. So these are some of the issues. I have been talking to a lot of auto manufacturers in the past, telling them, for God's sake, design your system so that it is efficient at 30 miles per mile, as well as at 56 miles per hour. Because most engines are tuned to 56. I designed a variable geometry turbocharger, and I came up with a design that most cars are turbocharged anyway. At least you could change or match or variable timing and so on. So this is one of the challenges for auto industry. If we are reducing its speed, we should then make sure the engine is better tuned. And I know there was a question also by Ian about air quality issues, but I think Professor Amin is going to address that. That's why I didn't focus on it.
Thank you very much, Prof. The next on the list I can see is Derek Villa. Derek is a STEM ambassador and volunteer school liaison officer for IIT Coventry and Warwickshire network. He has supported education in schools and colleges for some 30 years. Initially as a neighborhood engineer in the 1980s and leading the local year of engineering success campaign in 1996 and the campaign to promote engineering from 1997 to 2004. Derek, would you like to share a few words before I play your presentation?
Yeah, oh, that's very kind of you. Yes, please, I think it's, thank you very much for letting me speak on this subject. I think it's so important that we enthuse our young people at school at all ages. I mean, basically, if we can capture these children at the age of 6, 7 or 8, we've got them into science and technology and helping us solve these problems for the rest of their lives. So please play the video and I'll take some questions afterwards. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Reza has asked me to outline the work of the institutions, universities and industry to help schools in Coventry and Warwickshire understand the importance of climate change action. Our local schools community has in fact existed since the year of engineering success in 1996, and we have a very strong group. We have school activity kits, which we lend to schools. We have activity plans for teachers to download and use. We support STEAM clubs. Just to update you, STEAM is science, technology, engineering, arts, and maths. Speakers highlight their careers and hot topics. Just for you, how are you going to be taxed when the fuel duty on petrol and diesel is no longer used? We have recorded several of these activities so schools worldwide can access them. Details can be found on my website, dwiller.com.
One of the activity kits is why lag your house. Pupils make a house out of paper, recycled of course, and try to heat it with some 3-volt bulbs. They then lag the house and floor with bubble wrap and see the difference, usually several degrees rise in temperature. So they go home and encourage parents to take action. My role as a school governor also involves pressing the local authority to improve the insulation of the school and also to fund the installation of solar or wind energy. Another example is the pupil challenge to decide how to replace the family car. We ask them to consider each type of car before they make a decision. We suggest that they try to work out the whole life carbon footprint of each type of car. Firstly, there is the carbon cost of manufacturing a new car. How many years will you have to keep the car before it has paid back this huge carbon footprint? Typically, it is 30 to 35% of the whole life carbon footprint of the car. Then there is the fuel carbon footprint. Currently, only about 50% of electricity is carbon neutral, but that is improving fast. So there is a bias for electric cars. But you use a garage to refuel your car. So what is the carbon footprint? And remember, your new electric car has a limited range and needs charging at motorway services. They also have a carbon footprint. Now, every car needs maintenance. The mechanic has to get to work, the garage has a carbon footprint, and so do his tools and the oil and the spare parts. So you need to add another amount of carbon footprint for your car, regardless of which type. Finally, you scrap the car. Someone removes and sells the spares, and then the car is crushed and sent for recycling. That's a lot more carbon footprint, but how much? Eventually, the pupils succumb to the complex calculations and try a common sense approach. What do you think? So we have a very active local group who try their very best to help school pupils understand STEAM and how STEAM can impact their lives, and of course how carbon footprint is created and avoided. Incidentally, I have just published a fun maths book for teenagers, Sums, Their Math Magic. Finally, we have started a new international schools liaison community where we have identified organisations who support STEM worldwide, and many resources are available with STEM ambassadors and teachers to use, mostly free of charge. Thank you very much for listening to me. I very much hope you will join us to help school pupils appreciate STEAM and, very importantly, help to enhance the movement to stop climate change.
Derek, thank you very much for your presentation. I take my hat off to you for all the good work you do and the work you do with young people. You are an inspiration to us all. But before taking any questions, I'm going to go straight to John Butler. Derek was representing Institution of Engineering and Technology. John Butler is representing Institute of Mechanical Engineering. John?
Thank you, Reza. Many years ago, nearly 20 years ago now, I worked for a company called Modec in Coventry, and they were makers, designers and makers of an electric delivery vehicle. They were probably 15 years ahead of where everyone thought they should have been. And unfortunately, because they couldn't get funding and because there wasn't the interest in buying them, they never took off. So that's a shame. Today, there are 32.6 million cars registered in the UK. Now, we talk a lot about changing these to electric vehicles, but I don't see how we're going to have the infrastructure to support that number of vehicles. The vast majority of them are parked on the road. They are not in private drives or garages. So how are we going to charge those? It's just an infrastructure nightmare. In order to sort this out, well, sorry, another point on that is that those 32 million vehicles that we have today are going to have to be scrapped. And Derek's just very well presented the fact that scrapping vehicles causes a carbon footprint. So then that's another problem we've got to face. The way we're going to move forward is through engineering. We're going to have to engineer some way out of this problem. And to do that, we're going to have to train our future engineers to do it. So like Derek, we are very keen to promote engineering, to get young people interested in engineering. In fact, one of the strategic objective of the Institution of Mechanical Engineers is to develop engineers, promote engineering, inform opinion, and encourage innovation. And one of the best ways of doing this is to get children involved in STEM. Here in the Midland region, we have a long history of education and STEM activities. It's a major part of the activities of the Midland region and of the institution in general. And we believe that the best way of encouraging young people is to get them enthused, to get them interested. And to do that, one of the good things is hands-on activities. I just want to go through some of the hands-on activities we do in a second. We've run a whole range of these activities, both in schools and on STEM days. We have stands and we attend major exhibitions such as the Imagineering, the Cosford Air Show, Malvern Festival of Innovation, Birmingham Think Tank and Black Country Living Museums. There's a whole set of areas where we do these hands-on activities. I just want to try and, oh, sorry, I just need to share screen here. Okay, can people see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so that's the setup of one of the stands we have. We encourage people, probably not the ideal thing to show on there, but the Bloodhound vehicle, World Land Speed Record, is a great attraction and it brings people in. And when it opens up, we always get a very full set of children coming and attending these. And we interact them. We have about 20 of our volunteers working with them, getting them involved. And these are the engineers, and that lad in the front you can see, he's won the construction prize for the day. And I think that that message at the back says it all, working together to inspire the next generation. That's really what we've got to do, inspire these children through. One of the real good projects that we run is called the brush bug, where we can build, or the children get to build a brush bug with an offset eccentric weight on the motor at the back. And that then races along the floor at quite a speed. So they wonder how you can get a brush running along the floor without wheels. And we tell them the engineering behind that. Another thing we run quite regularly is a bridge building competition, where children have to design and build bridges out of lolly sticks and matchsticks. And once they've built them, we then destroy them. We test them to destruction, we weigh them, and we see how much weight they will take and how good their designs are. It really gets the children involved in that. We've also in the Midland region designed our own project and had it made now, and that's a crane build, which is another great project that children are involved with. And in addition to running the actual programs at events such as exhibitions, we run what's called the fan boat program. And this is where we get a range of volunteers from the institution and indeed teachers in, and we train them how to run a project, building a fan boat within classroom environment. And these are some of the sort of fan boats they built. And when they've built them, the children run them on the water, and they have great fun deciding which is the best. And these are the trainees we had with their own builds. And as you can see, they all had great fun building them before they even took them into the school. What we're running now with Reza is a competition for students looking at air quality. Now, it's important that they get involved in this and they understand what the problems are of air quality and how it can be solved. It's a long-term problem. It's a long-term area that we've got to get involved in. Sorry, how do I get out of this one? Okay, so it's a long-term problem, and it's not going to be us here today that are going to fully solve it. It's going to be the next generation and the generation after that. So it's important that we do get this message across. We get our children involved, our children's children involved, and it's their generations that's going to solve the problem. Thank you, Reza.
Thank you very much indeed, John. Excellent presentation. And again, I take my hat off to you as well. I know you've been working very hard, especially with young people. And John and I, we are very active in running the Institute of Mechanical Engineers in the Midland region. And Midland is just not Midland, it's Shropshire, Derbyshire, and so on. It's quite a very center of England in a sense. And hopefully with some of the work we are planning to do, we are going to engage young people more, because as John said, it is them, and we should try to engage them as best as we can. They need to know what is taking place, and they are the ones that are going to convince the government, not us. I've been working with the government.
May I interrupt and just to say that we, with John and many others, will be organising another robot day at Coventry University in 2022. This is the website, and you can see the activities that the children get involved in. And there's a video here that was taken in 2019 with so much going on. That's so many people connected to our local network. Yes, and, thank you very much.
Look forward to that, Derek.
Yeah,
so
I know.
We know you're coming, and we've signed you up. Yes, it's
I know I have been invited, and I know my colleague Howard, who is the chair of Warwickshire, he's going to be very active and support you in that. Thank you very much, Derek. Now I'm going to, although people think we are running late, one of our speakers cannot make it, and because it's not in-person conference, people hopefully they take their tea coffee when they wish. So we're going to catch up very soon. But I want to give a few minutes to my deputy, is Kevin Blacksop. Are you there, Kevin? Because he's doing a great job, especially with the hydrogen train. Derek, Kevin, sorry, Mr. Blacksop, are you there? Yeah, Kevin is there. Oh, Kevin, you have to unmute.
Hello, hi everybody. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can, Kevin.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah. So thank you. Thank you for inviting me to speak. Do you want me? I've got a presentation. Do you want me to play that?
Please do it. Yes.
Okay. That's. How do I share screens?
You must have a share screen button on your screen. It's a kind of green button at the bottom.
I can't see a green button at the bottom. Chat, raise hands.
I tell you what, we could, Derek. You send your slides to.
Oh, it's too big, Reza. It's a video. It's
Kevin.
huge.
Kevin, hover
Yeah.
hover your mouse over at the bottom, and it'll pop up.
Ah, okay. Okay. Let's see what I can get. I've got chat, raise hands, Q&A.
That's all. You should have a share screen on there.
Meeting invitation.
Or maybe you're not registered as a presenter.
Can you make me a presenter? You should be able to. You should be able to make me a co-host, perhaps.
Yes.
Ah, right. John
Yeah,
as a panelist. That sounds good.
Yeah, you should be able to do it now, Kevin.
Okay, that's the reason why.
He may be rejoining soon.
Right. Okay. So now I can share screens. That's good.
Yeah, when you share, click on a share screen button, there should be, yeah, that's
Oh,
right.
it's there. It's there. Anyway.
Right. Can everybody see that? Is that okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Why is that not working? Right, here we go then. So I'm Kevin Blacksop. I work at the University of Birmingham, but I'm also Vice Chair for the IMechE region, but also I'm the chair of the IMechE Worcester panel as well. So we've been involved with Porterbrook company to develop the UK's first hydrogen train. So I'm going to start off with a little video for you. Can everybody hear the music?
So Hydroflex is the UK's first hydrogen train. It's also the world's first bi-mode electric hydrogen train. And today has been a historic day because it's been the first day we have seen a hydrogen train running on the UK mainline railway. As we left here at Longmaster and went up to Eagle and back successfully.
It takes a lot of work to get a hydrogen train to run on the main line. There's a huge amount of safety approvals work that we have to go through. We have to formally document a lot of things, record things, assess the hazards, assess the risks.
Hydrogen is really important in terms of being able to offer decarbonisation solutions to the rail industry, mainly because you can produce hydrogen from renewable sources by electrolysing water. And hydrogen is going to be used on the parts of the railway which is just not economic to electrify.
I can't describe how proud I am of the whole Hydroflex team to get the first UK mainline hydrogen train working. It's been an absolutely fantastic project, and it's a personal highlight for me as a career, and also it's a real big step forward for the UK and decarbonisation of the railway.
One of the best things about being at the University of Birmingham is we do really, really good practical and industrially focused research, and we've always done a record of doing that. And we developed this partnership with Porterbrook just over 2 years ago. And Porterbrook, from my point of view, has been a really innovative company and willing to take a risk on the technology and working in partnership with us to get to where we are today with the Hydroflex train.
So I'm right here in the West Midlands, where I've just been for a journey on this hydrogen train, a UK first, actually in many senses a world first, train powered only by hydrogen, but runs just like a regular diesel train, without the smell, without the noise, and of course without poking out the CO2.
It's been so exciting for the team to pull together all that work that we've put in and to see it running at a high speed on the network, and more importantly for the industry to demonstrate this technology is the future.
Right. So before we go into a little bit more about the Hydroflex train, just wanted to show you where we started off. So the picture on the left is the very first hydrogen train that ran in the UK, and it was actually created by for the IMechE Railway Challenge. So our students built that first one, and yes, it does look a bit like a photocopier on wheels, but nonetheless, that's what it was. And we developed the sort of control strategies and the application for rail in the IMechE Challenge. And then when we went further, we basically developed the Hydroflex train by repurposing an existing vehicle. Rail vehicles have quite a long life, anything up to about 40 years actually. So the train that you saw that was modified was about 25 years old actually. So it was able to repurpose it for hydrogen power. Now, we don't think that hydrogen is a suitable power source for all train applications. Your intercity trains, for example, that are high speed all day long, they're going to be best served being underneath overhead power lines. But more rural routes, where we're not going to be able to electrify them particularly quickly, or even if it's viable at all, hydrogen is a suitable option. So just as a quick overview, this is what's inside the train. So on the left, we've got a control system, which basically balances the needs of what the driver requires, and balances that out between hydrogen and also the battery system on board. And then there's the tanks. Somebody mentioned, I think it was Reza mentioned earlier, about the pressures involved. So our tanks were running at 350 bar. They're actually quite, the pressure vessel technology is no problem. The only thing you need to think about is maybe impact type of issues, and they're the overriding concern. But trains generally, you know, have a very good safety record. Impacts are not such a big issue for trains as they are for road vehicles, for example, and there's generally more space to package it. So then we have the hydrogen fuel cell, and then we have this traction battery, and it's mixing the power between the two, which is really a sort of a hybrid. We are developing this train into a production version with much more increased performance, much more increased range, and we're going to be demonstrating that at COP26 in November. And that's my presentation.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I know you are very devoted to supporting new ideas and also working with young people. I met you in Malvern in the innovation festival there. Really, thank you. I mean, there is this question of hydrogen is an interesting one, and you did mention what the challenges are and where the applications are. We have a speaker later on who was our chair when we were drafting the policy paper on clean transport, Dr. Amol Galve. He's going to talk to us in the afternoon. And some of the challenges you mentioned came up, and obviously we have to know where to apply hydrogen. But thank you very much, Kevin. Well done. Because we are running a little bit late now, despite the fact that we have one speaker, she's not well, I'm not well, she's not, apparently has got the same problem. But let us go to Anne Wilson, who's going to chair the next session. And she's going to say a few words on behalf of the council and Matty Haven, and then give the platform to Ian McDermott from the Birmingham Tree People. He has a very interesting presentation. I look forward to it. And platform is yours.
Good morning. I'm Anne Wilson. I serve on the Air Quality Committee on behalf of Coventry Tree Wardens, and I'm here to introduce this section on the importance of trees. Obviously, I should be now introducing Councillor Matty Haven, I think it is, who was going to talk about Coventry trees and health-related issues, but unfortunately she's not well. So I'm going to pinch 2 minutes to tell you a bit about Coventry Tree Wardens, and I've been scribbling a few notes over the morning, so apologies if I'm reading them or trying to read them. We met Matty recently when she attended our AGM, and we know how very passionate she is about protecting our trees and green spaces, and how important they have become to the health and well-being of our communities, especially in the last couple of years. It's also very clear to us how much people care, judging by the increased number of requests we've been receiving for help regarding threats to our precious green environment. So the tree wardens have been working to plant, promote and preserve trees for about 10 years and trying to stress how vital they are in keeping us healthy and our air clean. And suddenly, with climate change and now COVID, the whole world seems to agree. Every time you turn on the telly, the radio or open a newspaper, there's something about the importance of trees. And the fact is, we can't live without them. We have around 100 members, and for the last 6 years, many of us have been doing regular tree warden training sessions with 3 other local tree warden networks. We've learnt everything from tree identification and tree biology to tree inspection and even some of the legal issues relating to trees. We're quite a challenging lot to deal with, but our excellent long-suffering instructor is our next speaker, Ian McDermott. We've obviously heard a lot about schools and how important it is for our young people, and we try to work with schools as well as our general local communities. We've planted trees, talked about trees, fought to protect trees, and visited various exciting tree-related places, including the Bifor experiment, which you may have seen on TV recently or read about, where Birmingham University are trying to predict the effects of climate change on woodlands by pumping in extra quantities of CO2. It was actually on Gardener's World last week, and it's quite an interesting session to watch. Unfortunately, apart from our Green councillor, the other councillors and MP seem to have gone because there are things we really wanted them to hear. We're currently on a mission to protect our urban woodlands. They've become so important to local people, especially during the last couple of years, and we no longer want to see these precious trees harvested for fuel, which still seems to be happening in Warwickshire. We've already lost too many trees to HS2. We're trying very hard to get the message across that it's our mature trees that are providing the most benefits in giving us oxygen, sequestering carbon and absorbing pollution, as well as offering beautiful places to lift our spirits. Kevin Mayton talked about the thousands of trees that the council are going to plant, one for every citizen. They're tiny whips. It'll take 30 years for them to produce anything in benefits. That's if they survive. We don't only want to plant more trees, but even more importantly, we want to protect the ones we've got, because we're still losing trees from our streets, our parks and woodlands due to developments, outdated management plans, and the very heavy demands for biomass. One point that was made recently on a TV programme was about Drax Power Station, pumping out 10,000 tonnes of carbon a day from wood chip. And then they were talking about trying to harvest it and pump the carbon dioxide into the sea, which Reza has already mentioned can be a problem. So our training has continued throughout the pandemic in conjunction with Birmingham Tree People, and we've also sat through many webinars provided by the Arboricultural Association, really interested and presented by people from all over the world. Some of the very most interesting ones have been from the US and Canada, where we have found, and this is really important, that climate strategies and tree strategies are being run in parallel. So I'd now like to introduce Mac, Ian McDermott, commonly known as Mac, who is going to tell us how recent research is able to help us understand more about the importance and in particular the value of trees, and has influenced the very exciting urban forestry master plan that Birmingham has been producing, and that which we hope will soon be adopted throughout the whole Midlands. Over to you, Mac.
Thank you very much indeed, Anne. I'm not too sure I can even follow that, but I'm assuming that if you can't see my screen, you'll shout out. Obviously, the screen I've got in front of me is masking everything behind it, so I can't see it. Thank you very much for the fantastic introduction. It's a shame we've missed Matty, because I was looking forward to that presentation about the vegetation and the trees. Okay, I've just moved my screens around. Bear with me 1 second. Right, some of you have maybe have seen this before. I apologise for those who were at Leamington 3 or 4 years ago. You saw this slide. The rest of the talk is slightly different. I've got very little time to cover what is 2-hour talks into a half an hour combined. But the picture here is just an introduction to myself. If you need to know anything about me, I believe it's on the conference programme, or just Google Mac the Tree. As I said, I've been working with the tree wardens across the West Midlands and beyond for quite a number of years now. And I appreciate that they appreciate me. In my dotage during retirement, it's quite a nice accolade to hear people talk like that. So very quickly, the conference committee have asked me to talk about 2 projects that the Birmingham Tree People have been involved in. We have been involved in a few more, and I would just point out, hopefully you can see my cursor, that the title is slightly different to the one in the programme. It's the importance of valuing trees, but in essence, It's exactly the same as retaining trees. So just a little bit of an introduction. We were asked by the conference organisers to speak about two specific and current ongoing projects that we're involved in. So the Birmingham and Forest Master Plan, which in a nutshell is the first one of the UK of its type. And we'll talk about what that is and what that means in a moment. And then the Black Country Eye Tree project, which again is a monstrous tree survey across the whole of the 4 Black Country boroughs. There's no need to restate, given the fact that I'm in very illustrious company today, and it's quite nice that a humble tree bloke gets invited across to speak with the professors. No need to restate the conference delegates, the main issues around the impact of air quality. And I would just follow on from what Anne said, that planting the trees now, you've got to sit there and wait for 30 years before they make any real impact. They'll make an impact from day one, but obviously the impact that we're looking for is from the mature trees. Removing a mature tree will take 30 to 50 years to negate the impact and the loss of its eco-services. So what I've done from these two projects is just picked out the relevant sections that would fit in with the themes of this conference, mainly around air quality. They are very much bigger projects than I would demonstrate today. And if you need any further information, I've left the email on here, or you can contact the conference organisers, or just go to Birmingham Tree People's Facebook or webpage. A little bit about Birmingham Tree People and the opportunity to talk about this. Excuse me. Like Reza and everybody else, I'm also struggling with a cough and cold. Currently, we're the largest urban tree warden network in the UK. There's quite a lot of people involved in this one. It's only about 6 years old. We were invited by the city tree officers to form a tree warden network. We came across to Coventry because we were intrinsic in forming the Coventry network a couple of years before that. And prior to that, I was obviously involved with the Walsall tree wardens when I was working at Walsall as a tree officer. So we've come quite a long way in a very short time. We're now a fully constituted charitable incorporated organisation, and our main activities are indeed training. So that's training our volunteers, and we do that on an informal basis, and we also do that on a formal basis with a level 2 training program that's accredited by ABC. So we do training to, and again, a much higher level. We're currently negotiating with the city's contractors to do their apprenticeship training for them as well. We're involved in a number of citizen science activities across the city. The new street tree survey is one that we can't talk about today, which is a phenomenal big project. And I've put little asterisks by these because Reza asked me to make a note of things that we were looking for funding for. If anybody out there is looking to sponsor any of these projects, please give me a shout. So the most recent science activities are the new tree, the tree equity, which we'll talk a little bit about in a moment, and the eye tree a bit later on in this second half of this talk. Tree planting, we got from 2022 onwards, we take on the job of Birmingham Trees for Life. They're winding up and merging with Birmingham Tree People, so we will kind of double in size in the next year. And most people will know Birmingham Trees for Life as one of the most successful tree planting organisations. We offer planning support, as all tree wardens do, by commenting on development sites. We do tree pruning, aftercare, which is a big one. We're currently negotiating with the city to take on 2 full-time tree crews that only deal with aftercare of new trees. And again, that will be a big first-time project. Advocacy on behalf of trees, obviously lobbying to officials and beyond for the trees and the environmental benefits. We're heavily involved in the Global Tree City status, which I'll speak about in a moment. City of Nature is a brand new project that's developing in Birmingham, and we're a strategic partner with that one now. So that's us. Trees for Cities was our big accolade a few years ago, and this is taken from a social media site. And that's the guy from Arbor Day, Dan. These are our politicians, John and Wazim. And that's our chair of our tree people. And then we've got Trees for Cities involved, BTFL, and then there's the guy from the highways. The tree officers are at the back with the beards. And then there's some fat bloke who just turned up for the sandwiches at the very back there. So the first project I was asked to speak about, an urban forest master plan for Birmingham. It's a 30-year program. And this is genuinely a picture of Birmingham. You will recognize the cube and 1 or 2 other bits in the middle. This hasn't been photoshopped. it is indeed a picture of Birmingham's urban forest. So just quickly, the players involved. Birmingham Tree people, obviously, we're classed as the contractor with the delivery of the Urban Forest Master Plan. And obviously Birmingham City Council is our client. And Treeconomics, we subcontracted to this company, who are one of the, possibly the only company in the UK that could deliver such a project. And that formed the steering committee for the plan. And obviously the community is the ultimate customer. And we never lose sight of the fact that the community is what a master plan is all about. So how this all worked, the Tree people petitioned the council in 2017 as part of their already agreed from the tasking committee prior to this, to do with highway trees, that they needed to get these promises sorted out. So in 2018, a tasking committee was formed where they agreed the formation of a master plan, a tree board, a whole pile of quite wide-ranging tree-based solutions for the city. Nothing happened for a couple of years. So again, we petitioned the council to say, right, we'll do this for you as the third sector tree people managing trees in the city. You don't have the resources to deliver this plan. We can do this for you. Give us the money, which they did. And then we set the contract up and we've been working on it for the last year. Why is it important to have a management plan? The bit in the middle is probably the most important thing. 67% of urban forests in the UK have no proactive management. And I would go to say of the 30-odd% that's left behind that, most of them aren't actually fully proactively management. They only have a small portion of their trees, i.e. the council-owned trees that get managed. The vast majority of the trees are just not managed at all. And those are the trees within the private sector. We have lots of other statistics on this slide, which I'm not going to bore you with because most of you have seen this before. I presented this one a few times. We use it quite a lot. It's the globalization, I suppose, is the other one. 70% of the global population are now in the urban environment. Within the UK, it's much, much higher than that. And we're looking at the next generation, 90% of everybody will live in a town. So planting trees in the rural environment doesn't benefit that 90% of the population, some 55, 60 million people in the UK. Treating trees as a visitor resource is not the way forward. So we're talking about urban trees specifically, as the benefits of them can only be realised where they exist next to people. So again, the players, I'm going to have gone backwards, sorry. So we just wanted to do a little bit of sense checking here, a bit of reality check. We have so many tree plans across the UK, across the globe, where a goal without a plan is just a wish. So we have a wish list and we decided that this wasn't the way we were going to go. We were going to try and form a master plan, which is quite common in North America, but is very uncommon in Europe. And we are, as I said, unique in the UK. A dream written down with a date becomes a goal, and you can read that yourself. So we were looking to make sure that all of our metrics were measurable, and we measured what we did right from the word go. Nobody will understand this. I realise that some of the Coventry tree wardens on this call will have seen this formula before. And our goal, our primary goal of the urban forestry plan is all boiled down to this formula. That's the magic number. What we're trying to calculate is how many trees we have to plant each year to reach full stocking in any geographical area over a given time. And that's the formula. R is the number of trees we take out each year within a given geographical area, plus the vacant tree pits, plus the number of years that we're hoping to achieve this on. And that's divided by the survival rate of the trees we're planting. We know the R, we can work that out. We don't have the V, because that's a huge resource issue for calculating vacant tree pits. That's areas that we can plant trees in, not just bits of grass. That's all very well. Some people might say planting on the blues ground is a good idea, but the blues fans are not too happy about that. And that's obviously the goal over the number of years. So in 10 years, we would divide that figure and then calculate it with the survival rate, which we figure was 80 to 90%. And that will give us the magic number of trees. There isn't an authority in the country that has this information currently. And this is our goal, to find this information out through our urban forestry master plan. So from the accepted wisdom, we've had to take the fact that 1997, a guy called Jim Clark published a phenomenal paper, which was about the sustainable management of urban forest. It's still the seminal document now, and we based our urban forestry master plan on this document, which all of the master plans are based on. And we break our themes down into trees and the tree resource, the resource of management that goes behind it, and the community framework. And this is the unique part, the community framework. Obviously, most plans don't consider that the community have any involvement with the trees. In Birmingham, the community has the main involvement with the management of the trees. And the accepted wisdom is this adopted management circle. And I did note that a couple of speakers have already used this symbol of circles. So this is the one that we normally use in urban forestry. What do we have? What do we want? How do we get there? And how are we doing? In some of the circles, sometimes this is missing. And of course, that's the big cheat. How are we doing is where all of the work is. So actually publishing how well we're doing in a metric is actually the most essential thing, because you can't do any of the other bits without that. So we've kept this bit in, and we'll visit this circle a few times in the next few minutes. And if I can ask you to keep an eye on my time for me in the background, yeah. So this is Davey Institute in the US. This is the continuum along an urban forestry program. And we're here. That's where we've gone. So Tree City, which is the USA in this case, this is a USA slide. That was our global Tree City status. We have qualified staff on our city that deliver the tree management. We have some in planning and some in parks and some in highways. And they're obviously quite well qualified, a lot higher than it has here. We have a partial tree inventory. The highways tree inventory is very good, parks is good, but we have very little for the private sector. And most of it is funded. So we are actually along the continuum to get ourselves into the master plan section. We went for 30 years and we've got a few of these things going on. So we'll talk in a bit more detail about what that master plan looks like. I'm sorry, I've just turned my screen off 1 second. Am I still there?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I thought I'd turn myself off then. Some of you, and particularly those of you in Coventry, will know this, that you already have a tree strategy. Isn't it the same thing as a master plan? And there's a couple of examples on here, and I apologise to Westminster, because this isn't a tree strategy either. It's a consultation on a tree strategy for those within the public realm. So again, it's a strategy because it's only dealing with publicly owned trees. Torbay was a framework for woodland management. And again, it's an old one, but was a very good document indeed, but only dealt with publicly owned trees. And this is the most recent one, published a couple of years ago. It is identical to the Coventry strategy. It is an utterly useless document completely. It is only a coffee table book. It has no measurable outcomes whatsoever anywhere within the document, and was compiled by some landscape architects who didn't really understand what it was that we were looking for. Is a strategy strategic, is the question. And we have to say that in this case, it was absolutely certainly not. So we just think that may be the definition of madness. Keep doing the same things over and over and over again. And we've had tree strategies for over 40 years, and not one of them has ever made a major difference. A couple of exceptions might be Islington. They do have a very good program in Islington and some of the London boroughs, but they've done the same thing over and over again and they've changed nothing at all. So we've got this little table that we use to try and explain the differences between master plans and strategies. So a tree strategy would normally be undertaken by the city staff. It would only concentrate on public trees. It is fundamentally a wish list and a list of tree benefits. Its creation doesn't take very long at all because they're all exactly the same. And implementation is usually 5 to 10 years, a bit less, a bit more, depending. Whereas a master plan deals with both public and private trees. And in Birmingham, that's 70% of the urban forest. It involves all the stakeholders to draw this plan up. It's a shared vision amongst those stakeholders and the community. Took about a year to draft, and its ambition is actually for us is 30 years. So back to our adaptive management circle again. We then, first thing we have to do along this process is, where are we? What do we have? So we had to go out and take a look at things. And many of you will have seen these slides. This is the canopy cover for Birmingham. So here's our polo mint. That's the city centre, virtually no trees at all. This is Sutton Park, 41% canopy cover. Pretty much typical of many, many major cities. The city centre and its also conurbation centres are pretty much devoid of any canopy cover. And that's, of course, we'll come back to this slide a bit later on. It is a bit of a common sense situation. We didn't have an iTree study, and iTree is the second part of this talk. So we've had to move on without iTree data. And I have highlighted a few things that iTree is about. It's very much about ecosystem services of trees. So the carbon monoxide, the NOx gases, ozone. We are able to calculate what trees do for us. And this is an example I did for my local park a few years ago now, excuse me. And we'll come back to this in the second part of the talk. So we did what did we have? As I said, we just mentioned that. We analysed all the information we have, our inventories, our data. We have lots and lots of maps about flooding and air quality and heat islands, the whole pile of stuff. And then we sat down with the big part of the plan and what do we want? And this is where we engage with the wider audience. So the steering committee, who I explained who they were, we then take the city goals that are already published, so already existing policy, took those to the public meetings to ask what they want. We then surveyed at a wider scale beyond the public meetings, and then we reviewed each of these public meetings, and altogether, there were 3 public meetings we undertook. So this is a screenshot. Thankfully, it was on Zoom, so we didn't have to meet face to face, made it a lot cheaper and a lot faster. And this is just examples, 1 or 2 people on this call today. And these are our tree officers in the middle, international expert advising us here. These are our tree economics people. And then we've got people from all over the city, all over the region that have been putting into the workshop. So we put together, the steering group put together what we thought the master plan should look like, and then took it out to consultation groups. And of course, that's always the punch in the face. We go, what we thought was what everybody wanted wasn't actually what everybody wanted. So we then go back and reformulate our aims and our goals and our key performance indicators, and then come back for a second round. And then that went on 3 times until we got a consensus, excuse me. And once we got a consensus, we're able to move on. So we're able to move on by then looking at how we're actually doing with all of this. And this is the bit that swaps over. This is the adaptive management, the considered wisdom. We don't think these are in the right order. So we going, how are we doing before we set our destinations? So we took a little bit, and this is a screen splash from the actual document itself. The document will be published next week, I'm hoping. So we're at the end of that process. And this is a screen that grabs all of the key performance indicators from the governance section, the community section. And then we give a performance level against each of these key performance indicators on how the city is actually doing with its urban forestry. We've only got one that's green, which is good, which is our international reputation, which comes back to the global tree cities thing. But the group felt that wasn't very important. Whereas we've got the high ones. So this is the priority actions coming from the master plan, governance and leadership, large stakeholders from the private sector, and community involvement was given a high, obviously. But we're only moderate. And in the other 3, in all of the 3 themes, we only really scored moderate, no optimals at all, quite a lot of lows. And Jim Clark, the guy whose work we based this on, said to us, well, how do you get international tree city status when you're only moderate? So if you could park that thought for a moment, we will come back to that, because it was a moment of, oh dear, yeah, we may be being a bit harsh on ourselves. So many of you recognize these maps. There's been a couple today. This is one of the maps that we've based on what we have. So this is our PM 2.5, and there was some great talks about this earlier on. So here's our polar mint again. So we're not too bad up where all the trees are. Where all the trees aren't, we have a bit of a PM2 issue. Walks hand in hand, you've seen these before. This maybe you haven't seen. This is our map of indices of multiple deprivation. And this is quite a few different, this is income, health, equality based on all sorts of different issues. We have IMD are ranking situation where each of the wards is given a deprivation score. And again, we have our polar mint emerging. Doesn't take a genius to work out what the issue is. So here's our canopy cover map. Here's our deprivation map, and here's and all of the maps, whether that be flooding, heat island, whatever it might be, all kind of look the same. We know what the problem is. I did set this up earlier on by asking a question about the ring road in Coventry, and that's fundamentally the inner ring road in Birmingham. If you can see my cursor moving. And Birmingham have already, as you're quite aware, have set the inner ring road is now an air quality zone. So you can't go in there with a big polluting car unless you pay a lot of money. It's been immensely unpopular with some of the residents. And a lot of the residents in the streets and in the wards in these areas have now got one-way streets, traffic calming measures, tree buffers along the ends of the roads, all sorts of things. And the long-term plan, it's no secret, that everything inside the inner ring road will indeed become a park. Hardly any vehicle traffic going in, and only at certain times. And basically the idea is to, where we can't plant trees and build parks, we'll put them on tops of roofs and on the sides of buildings. It's the only solution we're going to come up with that's going to deal with the issues we see on the other slides. And the master plan has taken this right to heart, because obviously the things that flow from the master plan fundamentally are the tree planting strategies. So how do we get there? We've managed to get around the circle. We don't even drew a tree strategy up until you've done all that, and that was very quick and very brief. Huge amount of work went into that, and it's only the start of the journey. So our next job is to write the strategic tree planting strategy, which will be based on the information I've just shown you. And we have turned this on its head. Somebody mentioned right tree, right place earlier on. We don't think that's the right thing at all. First of all, you have to have the right reason for planting the trees, and this has come out of the consultation. Why do you want to plant them? You've got to ask that question. And then you've got to decide where you're going to plant them to achieve the reason you asked yourself. And then you can pick the tree. And that's based on the location, the reason you're planting. It might be air quality, it might be anything. And it might be based on the soils you're trying to grow them in. And then you've got to decide on the technique involved, this is the expensive bit, on how to do the right tree in the right place for the right reason. So we've turned this all the way around. We're expecting people to consider that thinking about the right reason is the first step. So we had that problem I mentioned earlier on about insanity, and we don't know whether we're being harsh on ourselves. One of the things that came out of this project was we have twin cities in Lyon, Frankfurt, Leipzig, and Milan, beautiful places. I think I'd want to visit any one of these rather than Birmingham. And then we have these weird sister cities which we didn't know about. So Guangzhou and, or Guangzhou, depends where you come from, and Johannesburg. But none of these places have master plans except for Chicago. And Chicago is just setting off on a master plan route itself. So we'll be benchmarking with these to see if we've been overly hard at our KPIs. Let's see where it goes. But that looks like being a great project. And I'm hoping I can get a travel bursary, but we'll see what the city says about that. So that was a very rapid run through where we are with the Urban Forest Master Plan. Huge job, work's only just started. We won't see the benefits of it for many years, but they're starting already. One thing I can say, it has transformed where Birmingham sits within this. We have just received an invitation only this morning from the United Nations for our mayor to sit on a panel, an international panel to talk about this. We've had an awful lot of good publicity out of our master plan. And we don't understand with all that good stuff. And some of you have seen this slide, I apologise, just stolen from somewhere else. Why the trees aren't further up. And then I've got 10 minutes now, I think, to talk about the iTree project, which again, the conference management asked me to speak about. Have I got 10 minutes left? Somebody, Reza, can you nod? I'm okay for 10 minutes?
You're okay for 7 minutes.
7 minutes, here we go. Right, speak faster. I can't believe you have to brum me to speak faster. So we very quickly, the iTree, for those of you who don't know iTree, I'm going to explain what it is. These are the players again. Sorry. So again, Birmingham Tree people have formed with Treeconomics, I've just mentioned those, the Forest Research, which is part of the Forest Commission, Barton Hyatt Associates, with a contract to delivering the contract to the Black Country Consortium, who are our client. The Woodland Trust gave a huge amount of money to BCC, that's Black Country Consortium, not Birmingham City Council. They tendered the work, we contracted, we were the only bidder because there's nobody else available to do this work. We were awarded it and we've just finished the fieldwork section, but we've got another year to run. This is the largest geographical eye tree study in the UK, so it's quite a bit of an issue. I won't play this given the problems that we've had with videos so far today, but this is our piece a couple of weeks ago on BBC Midlands Today. We had a great little piece where they came and filmed us for 2 hours and condensed it down to 2 minutes. Oh, sorry. Did you actually hear the sound?
Right now, with its rich in
Yes.
Oh, that's a game. It was working for me. Okay. Anyway, moving on. We don't have time to play that, but you can find the video clip if you want to on the Birmingham Tree People website and on the Facebook and everywhere else. So iTree is a peer-reviewed software suite, international. It's funded, it's a US and Canada program, but Australia, New Zealand and ourselves and a couple of other countries, it's been modified for us to use accurately. It's to help quantify the urban forest structure, its function, and most importantly, its values. If we can put the appropriate value onto a tree, we can understand the impact of removing them or planting them. And of course, we're looking for cost benefits here. What iTree fundamentally does is we have a field data section, and this is the bit the Birmingham Tree People are involved in. And from that, we calculate the structure within the urban forest based on 1,000 plots spread randomly across the Black Country. That's Dudley, Wolverhampton, Walsall and Sandwell. So let's see a picture of that in a moment. And we look at the number of trees, the species composition within those areas, the tree dimensions, and I'll look at that in a moment, health, the leaf area, and from this we calculate biomass and other bits and bobs. And from that, iTree is able to calculate the function of the tree. So sequestration and storage are obviously two different things. The air pollution removal, and there's a lot of different factors there we can build in depending on what the client wants. Stormwater attenuation, building energy use, and then again, heat island and urban UV filtration. Urban forestry food is a separate project we've been asked about. We'll talk about that in another day. From this, we can calculate the annual benefits of the trees, and we've also got a replacement cost of trees as well we've calculated, or we're calculating. So this is the Sandwell example, and there are 3 more boroughs around here. The forest research people there have got some great scientists. They randomly allocated 1,000 plots across the whole of the Black Country. And then we have to go out and survey each of these plots. So each of the plots are given a plot map. So here's one in Otterston Close. And we get a little dot on the OS maps, and we get an overhead picture as well. And the guy has to go out, and the surveyor has to go out and locate this dot. And we use what 3 words? First time it's ever been used, and it worked really, really well, I have to say. Locate the plot and measure from there. Some of these plots are quite straightforward. So this one's a football pitch, as we said. So we have to ground truth it. So somebody has to go and look at it to make sure it's still a football pitch, because some of these pictures are out of date. And then obviously we don't have to count many trees on this one. This is maintained grass. Some of them are not quite so easy. So maintained grass, agricultural fields, no idea. Trees, shrubs, long grass, no idea. So we have to go out and survey what the land cover use is. And then of course, some poor surveyors get the foresty bits. So in Hall Farm Park, this is the middle of a woodland, a lot of shrubs completely covered in trees. These plots take a very long time to survey. The grass ones, no time at all. These, 4 hours maybe. That's what the surveyor has to mark. He has to mark the plot centre, measure 11.3 metres out, and mark the area. And that makes us 1/10 of an acre. And this is what the science-based, we're doing 1/10 of an acre plots at 1,000 times. Within that, they have to mark down the percentage of the canopy cover within the plot. So they will measure this bit within inside the circle. Then they'll measure shrub cover. These are obviously for interception reasons, but we're on the land cover part. Then we have maintained grass, concrete and mulch or whatever it might be, low-level shrubs. We have a whole pile of different categories the surveyor has to mark down. And then we have to do the plantable space, and this is a really important metric. So we're trying to get an idea across the whole of the Black Country of how many trees we could actually plant. Well, there's a lot more work to be done, the truth of the matter is. So we have tree cover 25%, 21% of the shrubs. So we're hoping that more or less 50% is plantable space, but of course that's just not true. And that needs landowner permission. We do land use by category, and I'll come back to this in a second. So transportation corridors are dual carriageways, proper corridors, commercial and industrial use. And again, we have all these categories down here. Further use for different science projects later on. Then we get to the practical data collection, which is where the volunteers and the surveyors become involved. We have to say whether it's naturally occurring wood or they're being planted, and there's a carbon reason for that. Here's the plot centre again. We start at the north and we work clockwise around, and we plot the tree, and then we put its land use under the tree. So we've got land use across the plot and land use under the tree. And then we have to measure the diameter. Most of you will be familiar with this, but we train the surveyors to quite a level to actually work out, so this is consistent. So whatever type of tree they come to, the data is consistent. Not all the trees read the book that we use. So we didn't quite have enough tape. This is one from a previous study. This is Kenton, our mate from Treeconomics. And this is from Sidmouth Arboretum. And what the surveyors did here, this is what we call a phoenix tree. It fell over and grew again. They actually measured these as individual trees because they couldn't work out any other way of doing it. So there are some peculiarities when you get out into the field. And some of our surveyors have found some great trees over the Black Country in the last 3 months, and found some pretty dangerous ones as well. We do tree height, but it's not quite so straightforward. The tree height to there and the tree height to there are two different measurements, because we're trying to calculate the functioning leaf area, and this is for photosynthetic purposes. So we're trying to capture what sequestration we can do, and the height to the base and the height to the tree. So it's not quite so straightforward. So it's a lot more difficult than most tree surveys. We tell them how to measure that. So we spend a long time with the surveyors doing that. And then we measure tree crown diameter. You'll see this before, north, south, east, west, we measure that. And then we have crown condition and crown dieback. The client dropped crown condition one because we advised them not to do that because it's just confusing when we do crown dieback. And again, we're trying to measure how much of the crown of the tree on average will be functioning as a photosynthetic unit. So here we have some descriptions, but we will take out the dieback stuff. So we have a percentage of dieback to give us an idea. And then we take out anything that might have been pruned out or died out. We don't double count for this, but this might be a section where it's been pruned for utility lines. So we take out those sections as well. And of course, there's a long discussion about what that actually looks like in reality. We talk to them about how to view the trees. So again, we get consistent data. Scientific data is no good if it's not consistent. So we make sure that our surveyors are all measuring these things in a similar way. And then one of those unique metrics to iTree is crown light exposure. We then have 5 categories of how much light is entering the tree. And again, this is for carbon capture reasons for photosynthetic rates. So we have 5. Tree receives full light from all the sides and the top. Yeah, and I think that's 4 sides. Yeah. We do impervious material. This is for obviously stormwater runoff. We capture it on the plot. We capture it under the tree. We do percentage cover for the same reasons, and then we do relationships to buildings for building heating and building cooling reasons. We have a special request from BCC for a CAVAT valuation, capital asset valuation for amenity trees. So that's the replacement cost. These are huge figures. And then we have to have them to decide whether it's a street tree or not a street tree, because street trees function at a much higher rate for particulate removals. We're not talking about deposition here, we're talking about exhaust emissions. We know that trees can remove 100% of particulate matter in deposition, but they also have a bit of a complicated relationship with vehicle emissions, as many of you will know, but we don't have time to talk about that. So we just decided whether that's a street tree or not. Can't quite work it out. Yeah. So once all that's done, I've raced through that one in a record time. What happens after we've just finished this week, we'll see the finish of the field work. And then all this happens over the next 12 months. So pollution removal calculations, sequestration, hydrology effects. This is what iTree actually does. In order to inform you scientists of what the value of trees are, we need to have this information to present to you. And this is where the real crunching takes place. And then we can also do things for the tree officers, the pest risk that their urban forest is exposed to, the cost benefit analysis, mortality adjustments. Yeah. So next year, I can give you the results of this study, which we're hoping will be quite dramatic. I'm not sure I got all the message across in the time I've got, but I did my best.
You did.
Thank you very much indeed
well.
for inviting me. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ian, for a very interesting presentation. You just demonstrated to us the science and common sense of what you are doing, because you need a lot of common sense as well as science. I think I could come back to the questions maybe later, unless there is a burning one in the chats, Dr. Latvia.
No, can't see anyone. Any
So
questions?
I have a question for Ian, especially in terms of funding. Trees produce oxygen and also carbon dioxide at night. It would be good when we talk about right tree, then we could promote a research that could tell us which tree that would produce more oxygen or which tree produces less carbon dioxide. I think that's one of the topic areas that we need to take on board. But maybe we can have this discussion later, because it's
I did put an answer in the chat for you, actually, Reza. I put a little answer in the chat earlier on about it's a very difficult subject. It's not just species dependent, it's location dependent and a whole pile of other things. So if you want to talk about stomatal density, then we can do that. But it's a little bit of science that nobody's interested in. So
they should be. They should be.
They should be. I agree. They should be.
Anyway, thank you very much for your presentation. Let us move on to the technical session, which is going to be chaired by Dr. Svetlana Alexandrova and Professor Steve Benjamin. We've got two very good presentations. So, Lana, is all yours.
Thank you, Reza. I'm Svetlana from Coventry University, and if you know that we were going to organize this at Coventry, but it didn't work out for obvious reasons, so I would like to virtually welcome you to Coventry University that you didn't attend. And very briefly, I'll spend 5 minutes or even less on presenting some of our work on particulate matter filtration. My interests are in automotive emissions after treatment, and Professor Benjamin, who is also present here, he's led this group for several decades. So he's been looking at all sorts of noxious emissions from engines, and particulate matter, of course, is one of the big focuses recently. So I am leading the special interest group on particulate matter filtration flows because my expertise in fluid dynamics, and I'll just share a little bit of information about that. So hopefully you will be able to see my screen. Just let me, oops. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so just go back to UK Fluids Network. There's a network called UK Fluids Network that looks at different types of fluid dynamics applications. Yeah, and for those of you who are not academics, from fluid dynamicist point of view, gases and fluids are the same thing. Yes, so that involves air and pollution and all sorts of things, and particulate matter transport and things like that. And as part of UK Fluids Network, there is a number of special interest groups, and I'm leading the one on particulate matter filtration flows. So that special interest group was organized, I think, in 2016, and it's led by myself, and my co-leader is Andy Williams from University of Chester. And we have a very considerable industry representation there from marine and automotive background. So we are looking at marine emissions, we are looking at automotive emissions, particulate matter, and we are trying to create a dialogue between industry, between academia, and between policymakers. So we had presenters from DEFRA, we had presenters from Department of Transport, we have a number of large stakeholders involved, but we are welcoming any more new members. So if you're interested, please join us. The main activity is meetings. So we have meetings normally twice a year. With COVID, of course, there has been a bit of disruption, but we are hoping to have one later this year. So if you have anything interesting to talk about, in particulate matter filtration, please welcome to contact me, and we'll add you to the list of speakers next time. Yes, so as I said, we have a number of industrial partners. So we have very active participants like Ricardo, JCB, Caterpillar, automotive companies like Ford, Jaguar Land Rover, Perkins Engines. We have marine representations, British Marine Federation, and so on. So we have a number of key players in terms of particulate matter emissions and mitigation as well. So we are hoping to attract more and more companies and stakeholders to continue this dialogue. Yeah. So please contact me or go on the website. Hopefully the slides will be distributed later. Okay. So I will not take more time of yours, and I think I'll introduce the next speaker. So our next speaker is Professor Amin Al-Habaibi. I hope I have pronounced it correctly. He is a professor of intelligent engineering systems and product design team at Nottingham Trent University, and has a considerable experience, decades of experience in collaboration with the industry. He is leading innovative and sustainability built environment technologies group. And his research focus is on sustainable engineering, on renewable energy, energy storage, and so on. And as part of the IMIK initiative, he will be, I think, oh, sorry, that's a different story. Yeah, so I'll let Amin to talk for himself. Are you there, Amin?
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Svetlana, and thank you very much for the invitation to join this conference today and to listen to very interesting presentations, and also to hopefully to contribute to this conference. I'll try to share my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Not yet.
No? Try again.
Not yet, no.
Not yet.
See if I can.
In any case, I've got the presentation for you.
So right, I'll press share.
Yeah,
see if now
yeah.
works.
It works now. Yeah.
Okay. So let's see. Can you see the presentation? Or am I sharing the other screen? I've got 3 screens in front of me, so can
I'm
you
showing
see
the one with the preview.
Okay, so let's start again. Apologies for that. So I'm trying to share the right screen, which is this one, screen 3, share.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Perfect. Thanks very much indeed. So the presentation today is about air quality during commuting, and also as a member of the IET, I'm happy to participate, and as a member of Nottingham Trent University. The work is about sort of the level of pollution people exposed to during their daily commute, and in 2013, I was reading the BBC website, and I found that there are issues about air quality in Nottingham and Leicester, and at that moment in time, I started to be interested in looking at air quality. I work in product design, innovation, and artificial intelligence, and I thought, okay, is there a way we could maybe look at air quality, especially in terms of commuting? So it's an individual experience rather than a city experience, because normally the sort of static air pollution monitoring is actually measures sort of in a static way a specific location. But what about commuting, and what about the journey of a person going to work, going to school, going back home, going shopping? What sort of air pollution levels they are exposed to? And so going back to the that the facts we all agree on, that poor air quality is the largest environmental risk at the moment to the public health, according to Public Health England. And through the pollution levels, even 2017 were slightly above the sort of World Health Organization levels. And there was also personal experience from people about asthma and about struggling with breathing and so on. And again, is it an individual experience because of the location of a house? Is it because of the commuting nature? Can we develop a pollution map of a city and to look at how we could, for example, improve the individual experience as well as city experience? But the picture, I found it very confusing, because although there is scientific work that has been done, sometimes there is the result, they don't match sometimes, although both could be accurate in their own way, but actually they don't match. And it was very difficult to find a conclusive sort of reason in some situations. For example, in 2019, the BBC presented work in South Yorkshire about a school run, and they compared between the journey to school by walking versus by using a car, and they found that walking is much healthier in relation to the particulate matters pollution. So the conclusion was walking is better than being inside the car. However, in that contradicts of a study was done in 2018 in Leeds. And that study is slightly different. That study looked at 4-kilometer rush hour commutes in Leeds. And that stretch of the road, the researchers looked at basically the pollution level exposed to individuals who are using the car, the bus, cycling, or walking. And because it's busy during rush hour, and because it's one stretch of the road with a constant distance, the pollution levels was mainly related to the time spent to cover those 4 kilometers. So walking was the worst, followed by the bus, and the car came third in terms of pollution, and the cycling was the best. And mainly not because you would assume cycling and walking would have the same effect in terms of pollution levels, but because cyclists would cover the distance in a much faster way, then they will be subject to less pollution. So comparing this findings with the previous one about walking and car, then there are so many, what we found is there are so many information sometimes maybe ignored or not covered very well in terms of reporting, which is, do people in cars keep the windows closed? Do they use air conditioning? Do they recycle the air inside the car? What sort of car? Does it have filtration system? And again, that filtration is an interesting aspect as well. So there are different variety of factors that could influence the experience, although both are accurate. But let's look at NTU studies. So we looked at those sort of studies, and in 2019, prior to COVID-19 pandemic, we've done an experimental work where we basically had a portable particulate pollution monitoring system with the GPS carried by people who would use the bus, the tram, walk, use the cycling, and basically so that we could monitor the pollution level they are exposed to. And the technology is off-the-shelf GPS system logger and particulate matter logger. But the clever part was to integrate the software or develop a software to take the data from two devices and use artificial intelligence to try to do the analysis in an automated way with the size of data we get. So, and getting the GPS data was very, very interesting, because in that case, we could actually monitor the person's journey, which could use different mode of transportation. So if we take this case study as an example, the person started the journey in the afternoon in the city center, walked to the bus, and then took the bus all the way to home in Beeston, then walked home. The next morning, took the car, took his children to the school, back to the house, walked to the bus, taking the bus back to the city center the next morning. So simply there are different modes of transportation at different times in different locations. And that's basically presents the complexity of the situation, because different modes, different times of the day could basically have different pollution levels. There could be green areas, as we've seen in terms of the effect of trees in relation to where areas there isn't much trees, or green areas, or water sort of areas. So there are a lot of complexity. So sometimes very difficult to say walking is better than cycling or better than car. But what we've done, we captured a lot of data from many people commuting, and try to then do this big data analysis of some, to try to understand in general, what sort of exposure of particulate matters during those commutes. And this is the 4,000 points we covered. So we covered Nottingham city centre and the commuting area around it. So it's public engagement in a way. So people took the sensors, commuted, and then we downloaded the data, and we've done the analysis, and we asked them to basically let us know if what sort of mode transportation, although we could guess that sometimes from the speed or the route through the software, but we wanted just to make sure we are basically doing the right analysis. And this is sort of data. So in general, normally it's low level pollution levels, but there are peaks in both the PM10 and 2.5. And we found those peaks happen sometimes occasionally. It could be when they are at home due to cooking. It could be basically passing a specific source of pollution. And we've developed a 3D data map of the city, of the data we've captured, and the sort of pollution levels. And what we found is that the city center has got higher peaks than the surrounding areas in general, and in terms of raw data, and the same with the 2.5 in terms of the pollution levels. And also we looked at the data, the GPS data, in terms of the distance from the city center, and we divided the area to zones arbitrarily in a way with a specific distance. And we thought, okay, well, is there a relationship between being in the middle of the city center and far away? And what we found is that zone A and B, which is the closest to the city center, has got higher level of pollution, and it goes down in a way, except from one zone, which is E, which we found that there is some sort of source of pollution there, which is again could be the lack of trees, could be a specific source of pollution. So, but in general, the data show that the closer to the city center, the closer to more perhaps traffic, and then there is pollution within the city center level. This is probably the most important slide of the findings. So we looked at the mode of transport and the pollution levels, and we found diesel buses or buses in general, especially diesel, have got the highest pollution. And when we investigated that, we found normally people would keep, or cars normally, buses that normally have got windows that normally open for ventilation. And also there could be some particulate matters produced by the engine or the diesel engine internally within the bus as well. So that could produce that sort of level of pollution. Walking and cycling, they come second, very close to each other in terms, which is actually what we expected if we have collected sufficient data and it's not related to the speed of covering a specific distance. So they actually came next in relation to the pollution levels. The car came in the fourth position, so they're much better than walking and cycling. We found that in relation to the data we collected, and the tram was the best. And the assumption that the tram was the best because the trams in Nottingham, they don't have windows that can be opened. They've got the air conditioning systems, they are electric, and sometimes they will pass through roads with a very limited number of cars or no cars at all. So what we found from this, that depending on the route of the cyclist or walking, that could affect the pollution level. So if there is, for example, if a parent's taking their children to school in passing a park, that will reduce the quantity of pollution in comparison to if they are walking next to a main road with busy cars. So there are different situations that we need to consider when we are looking at the pollution levels. Also, the time of the day is important. We collected the data. We looked at distance from the city center. We looked at mode of transportation. But regardless of the mode of transportation, early morning hours, there's much better air quality than later on. So if you want to go running or walking, do that before 8 a.m. The air quality is much better in the data we've collected in comparison to later on during the day and rush hour. So early morning, the air quality is you know, has got much better. It has got much better air quality. So I would suggest if people want to do walking or running or jogging, then early morning is probably the best time to do that based on the data we've collected. So in conclusion, we have basically integrated GPS data with air pollution monitoring and public engagement, try to look at how people experience air quality during their journey. We implemented the work prior to COVID-19 pandemic. So this is the data of what's used to be in terms of the streets or road situation before the pandemic. So we looked at this map of pollution levels, and basically the results show that pollution levels are high in the city center in comparison to other locations, and air quality is much better early morning. And diesel buses found to be the worst in terms of air quality, and trams were the best actually. And we found crowdsourced approach is a very viable strategy that we could use more and more in the future to look at what people sort of experience in terms of air quality. And I welcome collaboration from colleagues here at the conference, sort of to expand the research to other cities and to look further into other parameters that would influence air quality. So thank you very much. This is my email if you would like to email me. And if you Google NTU Product Innovation Center, hopefully you will find our website, and we should be able to communicate in terms of future collaboration. Thank you very much indeed. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Amin, for interesting talk. I have a question myself, and there are a couple of questions in the chat. So just a quick question from me. I mean, sort of some of these results are obviously common sense, yeah, but it's interesting to see it quantified. My question is it informing anyone? I mean, is the data going to be used to improve air quality in Nottingham or elsewhere? So what's the next step of this study?
I mean, this work is published, so and we normally disseminate the findings. The key, I think the key conclusion would be that for particulate matters, the assumption was if we all walk and cycle, then that actually will make life much better for everyone. But if the majority use cars and the sort of diesel engines, then the rest or minority are walking or cycling, then they'll be influenced negatively. So actually we need that sort of public engagement to be all more responsible, try to walk and cycle, and that hopefully will improve the air quality in our cities.
Okay, thank you. There are questions in the chat that I'll probably need to read out if we have time for it, Teresa. So somebody's asking, has the impact on professional drivers been investigated? Because you mentioned that people in the car have quite a lot of exposure. So is anybody looking at commercial drivers like taxi drivers, van truck drivers?
We actually, some of the data, I think some of participants were taxi drivers who drove around Nottingham, and they actually appear in our data in terms of the cars, around the city. So we had some volunteers, taxi drivers, but we did not look at, say, motorways. Although actually it's a very interesting aspect, because I was driving on M1 last week, and there is a specific sort of distance near Sheffield where actually they impose 60 miles per hour speed limit due to air quality sort of enhancement. So it's something that could be interesting to see also, not only the effect on HGV sort of driver sort of air quality that they experience, but actually the effect of speed on motorways and on air quality. That would be very interesting actually to see.
There are a couple of comments on the chat also about the fact that it might be that not the duration of exposure, but sorry, duration and the level of exposure are important. So it's basic cumulative effect. So I assume it has been taken into account in the study. Have you looked at that?
Yeah, I mean, the data you've seen in the graphs, we actually average them by the number of samples. So to get the average sort of, which is the sample represent time. So this is an average of sort of exposure as a reference to time unit. So we took that into consideration in terms of the calculations.
Okay, and the impact on health, is there any sort of estimation on the impact of health, the lengths of exposure and the levels of exposure? Because I mean, both are important, so.
Yeah, I mean, we did not look at the health aspect because there is established facts about the pollution versus health. So that's sort of the medical side. We did not sort of investigate. Our focus was the actual readings or pollution levels people exposed to, and hopefully once we get the data, hopefully sort of health experts could tell us how bad or good that is. And again, that could be also another aspect of a personal nature, because some people are more sort of sensitive to pollution than others, and in COVID it's an example of that, where people suffered more or less than other people. And I would assume, I'm not health expert, but I would assume people, they've got their own sort of individual response to pollution, especially people with asthma and eczema and other sort of illnesses. But this is for the health expert, I think, to answer.
Okay, yeah, I think for practical point of view, it would be interesting, because just to take a step further, because you already sort of estimated levels of exposure that people get when they travel certain distance, certain times. So it's sort of guidance, if you spend more than an hour cycling in city center in rush hour a day, then you have serious implications for your health. So this sort of link would be interesting to see, but we don't have time to discuss that. There is another question which I guess I know the answer to. Somebody is asking, Ian McDermott is asking whether the findings will be used to inform tree planting as mitigation, and I guess the answer is probably not yet.
Actually, we've done another project on which involves the green areas. So if you looked at the map we've done, we looked at how far are we from green areas, and so we've done actually another project to look at the amount of greenery on the road versus the air pollution, which is hopefully will publish in due course. So we've collected some interesting data about that, which hopefully we'll share in the near future.
Okay, thank you. We're looking forward to those publications. There is some interesting discussion on the chat, but I think we don't have time for it, Reza. Do we have a break now, or what's going on next?
Well, yeah, the problem is I'm not sure whether Dr. Amul Galway is with us. Because he's from US, he's making his presentation from United States. Obviously, that's early morning. That's why we planned his for 2 p.m. UK time. My suggestion is that we don't leave the meeting. We take off for half an hour. We go and have some lunch, and then we come back in half an hour. But please don't leave, because then you might have difficulty coming back on. So you're going to chair immediately after half an hour. Is that
okay? Yeah, that's fine. I'll leave my camera off and leave myself on mute, and probably everybody else could do that, and we can come back in half hour, which is 10 to 2 UK time, right?
Yeah, it is 20 past, so yes, 20 to 2. And then during that time, I have a little poster session. I will go before the presentation by Dr. Amul Goldberg.
Okay.
Excellent. So we see everybody in half an hour. And Amin, you did an excellent job. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Thanks for inviting me.
Just giving you a wave.
Oh gosh, nice to see you, Lord Mayor. How are
I'm
you?
sorry I was late.
No problem. No problem. I know you're very busy, and today is an important day for you. You have your civic duties, we know.
Yeah.
You're very grateful you have managed to come and join us.
And I've just got to pop out for 15 minutes, but I will be back. So I
Oh,
wanted you to know that.
You are here. Do you want to chair it, or do you want Tony to chair your session? I think you've gone. I can't hear you, Susan. Susan, if you can hear me, I was wondering whether you're going to chair the session later in the afternoon, or is it going to be Tony? If you could let me know, because at the moment, Tony is going to do it on your behalf. I don't know how many people are back.
Fraser, I think she's popped out for 5 seconds.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you very much. Good. Thank you very much for letting me know. Let's hope that we are all back. We will, I know the next session is at 2, but those of you who are back, I just wanted to show you some of the work some young people are doing. If you look at, as John Butler mentioned, we have this air pollution in the air competition for schools. We have got this climate change assignment. We give them some information, and then young people write articles. We sometimes work with the schools, or if the schools do some good work, then we reward them and award a certificate and a prize money. And also in the process, we thank one of our own members, in this case, Ann Wilson, who she's doing a great work in terms of trying to preserve trees and keep an eye on local organizations like universities or public or private, who sometimes cut trees down without good reasons. We have got this fan bed, it was mentioned. This is where we support some number of schools to build one and test one. We have a very energetic and active Imagineering network run by Professor Bob Shanks. He's always very successful. In some of the sessions I have gone, these are whole day events, and the average number of visitors, usually parents and youngsters, the numbers go into 18,000 on average, and majority very young, which is very interesting. This is him talking to a few young future engineers, I hope, and their parents. We had a recent project with Coventry University's final year students designing a twin-bladed turbine. There were 3 groups, and the groups were supported by Siemens, which is one of the largest producer of wind turbines. This is another design by another group. Then we had another group. They look at Coventry, and they look at the 2 air monitoring sites and look at the measurements, and some carried on additional measurements for us. We wanted to know, obviously, a little bit about diffusion tubes, how effective they are, and so on. And these are some of the results they did. And as I mentioned, during the week they were doing the tests, some of these figures went above the government-owned target. As Professor Harrison said, government-owned targets now are actually, they have to be reduced further, but I don't know how they can manage this, because if they cannot manage it now, how can they manage it in the future? So these are some of the results. I don't want to go into it unless somebody is interested, and if so, please do write to me. We are looking at new projects for air quality, how we can improve it. We give lectures. This is a lecture we gave as a part of Towards Zero Emissions project we have, which is supported by European Commission and our own government. And that was a lecture at Warwick University, and we take a group to the battery production facility, and there were a lot of discussion about life of these batteries and some of the issues and challenges. Sometimes we give regional lectures. This was a lecture given on behalf of Institute of Marine Engineering, Science and Technology. And here, very shortly, after the lecture by Dr. Amol Balve, I want to introduce 1 or 2 people who are working on this particular engine concept, K6. We sometimes do crazy things, and this is the work that was done by one of our partners in Spain, using quantum physics to make combustion more efficient. We obviously organize as a region dinners, engineering dinners. I was the chair of 2019. It was a very successful night. And obviously, throughout the process, we try to encourage more young people to join professional institutions. And we hope, we are committed to Emergency 2030. We hope that all of you are too. So I will stop here, and I go and wait till 2 in the afternoon. So hopefully we have got Dr. Amol Galway with us. Let's hope he can make it.
Professor, I'm connected here.
Oh, excellent. Nice to hear your voice, Amol. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
That is early morning for you.
Yeah, I mean, we're just at 9 o'clock, so
God bless you.
no problem.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are still waiting for your chair. Lana, she's Dr. Svetlana Alexandrova from Coventry. Oh, she's there. Gosh, look, you are here. So what we could do in 5 minutes, we can start. Maybe Lana, you could say a few things about what you do to Amol while we're waiting, because I like people like him to come and interact with people like you, because you have a lot in common. But obviously what he does is he's coming with innovations to make specific innovations to make cars lighter, and obviously then they use less energy, and you are more into the particulate matter, aren't you, and things of that nature.
Yes, yeah, I'm from Coventry University. We work on emissions after treatment, and I'm particularly interested in particulate matter filtration. But we do have a big group working on lightweighting. They work with Unipart, they work with Jaguar and Land Rover, and we have projects with Jaguar Land Rover. I haven't had any dealings with Volvo yet, but it's probably a question of time. So what sort of component design are you involved with then?
Yeah, so I've been mostly focused on chassis and vehicle dynamics, to seek areas where we could, be creative on reducing, component weight, as well as being practical about, what could be, other system solutions which could be implemented. And I have some examples or some industrial innovations we have done to bring that. As you know, as the whole industry is shifting towards, electrification, etc., I think there is lack of understanding of what a lightweight material can do. So I know there is a strong focus on bringing these technologies to market quicker, but at the same time, they're adding weight. They're creating, other complexities when it comes to, heat dissipation, cooling, performance, etc. So in that case, I think a dedicated focus, or manufacturers should have, areas where they could find avenues to bring lightweight solutions or components. In today's presentation, I'm not emphasizing on any specific areas, but I'm trying to educate or get my message out that we should not just be carried away by the technology breakthrough. We should also focus on the bits and pieces of small areas, which will contribute as a system.
By the way, Dr. Galway is the chair of our group. We are writing a policy paper on clean transport, and he's been chairing the group. He's been very patient with us. Most of us are. Yeah, we have
been 3 months or so. Yeah.
3 months, God bless. But the conference, I hope Lana and you and Steve and others will join. This is the IMEC COP26 conference on 28th and 9th, but our session is on 29th, afternoon of 29th, which is on clean transport. So I know Amol has done a lot of good job, but we will, from today onwards, my job is to promote yours. I've already done so through other means. No, but I think it's a very important 2 days. And we are going to learn a great deal. And I'm sure Lana and others and her team will join the conference on 29th. And then obviously the main event is in Glasgow. I'm sure everybody knows about these things. Some of us, we are playing a very small role, but that's what life is. Okay, I think, what time is it now? Because I want to make sure, because I've got one or two colleagues which I have introduced to Amol from Aston Martin. I was hoping they will join because they do similar work to Amol, and I think they were very interested. So if it is in 1 minute, we start in any case, and I'm sure they will join in as soon as they can.
So my work is more focused on the commercial trucking industry, A lot of people can get confused between the Volvo
Yeah,
domain. We have a car division which is no longer with the group.
Yeah.
And the truck division is what I focus heavily on. And I think it's good because that's where we see more impact on greenhouse gas emissions, not only in the United States, but as well as other countries like the UK.
But Amol, I always hope that I used to take technology from auto onto yachts for many years and then into shipping. And I find that in some areas they were ahead of automotive. So I used to bring it back. So it's good to cross fertilize, you know?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. I think we can start, Lana.
Okay. All right, so welcome back. I hope everyone had a good break. And our next speaker is Amol Galve, who works with the Volvo Group in North America, and his work focuses on sustainability in automotive industry, I understand. He works as an engineering manager, but he also is the lead for the clean transport solutions for the upcoming COP26 event by IMECI. And as you all know, it's a big event coming at I think it's end of October. Okay, so the talk is about innovation, vehicle component design and manufacture, and I'm handing over to you, Amol.
Thank you. Thank you. You want me to go ahead and share my presentation?
Yes, please, if you can.
All right. May have to close some applications here. All right, give me a second. Please let me know when you see my screen.
We can see it, yeah, perfect.
Thank you. So today we'll talk about, you already covered my introduction, so thank you for that. And we'll talk about some of my achievements, kind of give you some background about how component design innovation was brought into a commercial vehicle industry and what kind of benefits it has generated over the years. Then I would also like to go into the role of IMECI, kind of promote some of the IMECI activities in an upcoming event, and how I'm contributing with support from professor and other experts from the industry in UK to bring awareness, not only to the government agencies, but also to students, academias, manufacturers, so that we can accelerate our solutions to meet net zero emissions. And that is what I'm doing. I'm trying to use platforms like yours to share my experience and also bring ideas and innovations which you can practically implement in your day-to-day activities or projects you're working on in various sectors. So over the years, I've worked on chassis and vehicle dynamics for the Volvo Group, finding ways to not only bring lightweight solutions, but also bring solutions which could be practically and economically feasible, and which also has a biggest impact to safety. Most of the projects you see on your screen is linked to safety. And we have a high standards from NHTSA and FMVSS, which is the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards, on OEMs like Volvo to make sure that we drive solutions in the safest manner as possible. When it comes to air disc brakes, it's pretty common in the automotive industry, probably for the last 30 to 40 years that disc brakes have been used. And whenever you go buy a car, it comes pretty standard, so you don't even look into what you're buying. But when it comes to heavy commercial duty vehicle, like a Class 8 or lower, this is not new. This is a big deal when it comes to integrating disc brakes, especially in North America, where we have longer distances to travel from point A to point B. We have congested cities, and we have regional applications and things like that. So it was a daunting task. So designing the component around a complex system like a heavy-duty truck, it was a bit of a challenge. But focusing on the merits of the solution was one way to drive the solution, but at the same time to integrate in the package of a vehicle was a complex task. what I did was work with some of our suppliers to really understand how we can bring the component into the system, as well as make sure that it is not adding extra weight and still creating the performance we need to meet our customer demands. One thing you can see, maybe I should have highlighted a bit more in detail, is around the disc of the brakes. There are some vents shown here. The idea was to save weight by adding vents, but at the same time, use those vents as a heat dissipation mechanism. If you imagine a garbage pickup truck going into a neighborhoods, picking the garbage, and it is following a stop and go application pretty consistently. When a vehicle does frequent stop and go, it is indirectly generating a tremendous amount of heat around critical components like brakes. So the idea was to really use that component, but also be creative on how we could use the details around it and let that heat dissipate in a smart way. This particular component has been very useful when it comes to stopping distance. That is a federal requirement in the US from 60 to 0. So I was able to achieve that. It has a very good braking feel when vehicles are heavily loaded. If you just imagine a vehicle coming to a full stop, it could have undue forces coming into the cab or suspension. So I was able to balance that impact by better brake feel. I've also got data on longer service life. We are seeing better component life on these components and fewer maintenance. Disc brakes inherently have less components around it and are much easier to maintain. A pretty challenging task to bring in a commercial vehicle. Another innovation was on suspension design. As you can see, the red color components is a Y-blade suspension, which is made of stamped steel. The idea here really was to find ways to reduce weight of the suspension by around close to 400 pounds from traditional mechanical or Z-spring suspensions. But again, my goal was not to just focus on reducing weight, but also to make sure that the design incorporated other attributes of vehicle dynamics, such as engine torque, lateral forces, weight distribution, different vehicle applications. If the suspension is going to be treated on, rough terrain, if the vehicle is going to be used in, muddy surfaces, how is the suspension going to react? Then, in addition, to be able to mass produce it, sometimes an innovation would look good on just one sample size, but if I want to put it on, thousands of vehicles, can it be mass produced? So that was another challenge to take into consideration. So I focused on the design, did some validation, then moved on to the manufacturability, where it was a challenge as well to identify, innovative ways where the stamped steel could be laser cut, but at the same time could be mass produced. Seeing pretty good response from the industry because of the suspension's unique design. Obviously, it's giving us a weight savings, but it is also helping us to reduce tire scrub, improve, braking in empty loaded or bobtail condition is what we call. And I was able to achieve a better manufacturing process by eliminating any post-processing. We were able to get, suppliers come up with laser cutting mechanisms and avoid any secondary process applications. Now, besides component design, there's also another ways to, find the opportunities to reduce weight as well as improve fuel economy savings. Obviously, greenhouse gas emissions are measured around the tailpipe of a vehicle, but there are other aspects of greenhouse gas emissions when it comes to fuel efficiency saving, which is very important to our customers, especially on commercial vehicles, because they operate on a business model of fleets. What you see on the picture is pretty common in the UK. It's a 6x2 liftable axle concept. But the idea here is that the axle you see, which is lifted above the ground, is designed where it senses the load distribution or the weight distribution on the vehicle and is programmed to lift the axle above the ground accordingly. We use components like electronically controlled suspension, controlled by a ECU to really understand the weight distribution and lift the axle accordingly. Beyond the data I have collected so far, we are seeing 3 to 5% fuel economy savings to our customers, which is really good. It comes to around $1,200 to $1,500 a year. But there are other benefits we're noticing as well, especially when the vehicle is stuck in snow and icy conditions. When the driver is able to lift the mid axle in air, he's able to put more traction force on the rear axle to get out of conditions like snow and ice. I have had drivers or customers give me feedback when they have been stuck in conditions like this. And sometimes they would end up spending the whole day or the whole night until the weather gets better. But because of this product, they've been able to get to the destination in a timely manner and not get stuck. Also good improvements on rough terrain and great conditions. But that has not limited my study, my research. I continue to challenge the team I work with. I continue to challenge myself as we are going through technology innovation on passenger cars, commercial vehicles to meet greenhouse gas emission requirements. We're adding a lot of components on our vehicles. Even on passenger cars, we do feel like battery electric vehicles are the best thing to happen, but it is adding components which traditionally are not there in the IC engines. So what you see on the screen is a commercial vehicle, which is used in North America with a nose in the front. The call outs I've highlighted are the components we have added over the years to meet the EPA regulations for greenhouse gas, etc. And those components are basically adding, right? They're not taking anything away. So indirectly, it is contributing to the weight increase, which means the payload capability of that particular vehicle spec is restricted now. The consumer who's going to use the product will have limited payload capability to take it to the end customer. So that's why it's very important to focus on component designs by driving a small weight savings, which will overall help the system. So as we go into sustainable transport solution, lightweighting, from my experience, is a critical step. It is important, especially for electric vehicles, where we are seeing, the range is dependent on how much the battery and the weight can contribute. So by having lightweight solutions, it will indirectly offset the range capability and provide more efficiency to the customers. Also, at the same time, it could be used as a way to help customers, like in a commercial vehicle, to carry more payload capability. Logistics and supply chain is a critical attribute of the global economics. We need, products delivered in a timely manner. And if we restrict, key products like commercial vehicles to carry less payload, it will have consequences to other downstream activities. Currently, I'm a lead editor for SE International Journal of Sustainable Transportation, working with one of the professors here in the United States at Clemson University. They have also been very heavily focused on sustainable lightweight materials, working with some OEMs. So I encourage, if some of you are interested in publishing some material, reach out to me. It's a great way to get your voices heard, get your information out to more audiences. Now, when it comes to Institution of Mechanical Engineers, I'm sure many of you are part of this institution, but if you're not, it's a great platform. I have been part of the institution for the last couple of years. I strongly believe in their vision that we need to develop engineers, we need to promote engineering through any platform we can, whether through being a speaker here today or through mentoring young engineers, sharing information, sharing the knowledge across global organizations, especially when we can connect remotely like this, and to encourage innovation in any form or format. Like I showed you a couple of examples with component design as well as a system approach. So IMEC is a great institution to help share that knowledge. As Professor mentioned, we have an upcoming event leading into COP26. Here we have a 2-day conference where we'll be talking about 3 themes: cities and built environment, clean transport, and energy transition. The intent of this event is to really help get the engineering input from experts and generate a policy paper, as well as create discussions with the audience to show where we have opportunities which are practically and economically feasible to achieve the targets of net zero emissions, so that we protect our future generations from having global warming issues. There are various alternatives we are presenting in our category. We are focused on clean transport theme. We have come up with ideas where those solutions are in process today, but can be accelerated by support from the government agencies, by investors, as well as by research institutes. With that, I hope I've covered some good content in time here, and I'm open for any questions, and you can always reach out to me at the email address if I can connect and answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Amol. If there are any questions, please let us know. I have a quick question. So you were talking mostly about lightweighting components, yeah? But in terms of sustainability and air quality that we are talking about, I mean, these are complex issues. So lightweighting will impact the mass, will impact the CO2 emissions, and as well material. Obviously, you save materials and things like that. But for example, air brakes, I mean, there is a big concern now about the particulate matter emissions, for example, from brakes and things like that. So what are the challenges are there as far as sustainability and clean air and environment are concerned?
As we move into, I mean, I couldn't get into more details of sustainability specifically, since I'm working for an organization who is developing new technologies, so I have some constraints there. But if you just talk about battery electric vehicles, what is in public domain, regenerative braking is default, comes with it. So I think that is helping indirectly the braking performance and contribution to greenhouse gas. So I'm definitely motivated with that technology, that we are going to save a lot of efficiency. We're going to gain a lot of efficiency through regenerative braking. And especially on commercial vehicles, where the stopping distance or the stopping capability is a critical safety factor. There are other sustainable alternatives which we are presenting in our session as well. When it comes to hydrogen fuel, is also on the table. I think many OEMs, many industries are investigating that, especially in the UK and the European nations. Every region or every country has their infrastructure plans. So manufacturers are adapting their strategies accordingly. What I'm trying to push for is to accelerate those discussions or those investments now, rather than just talking about on paper, saying it looks good, this is the data. I think we are past that stage now. The manufacturers, the research institute should have a game plan. What are we going to do in this decade, pretty much? Which is going to lead us to the next decade of industrializing the solutions.
Okay, thank you. And there is another question on the chat from Merle Gering. Does regenerative braking generate more ozone? Is that a concern?
Regenerative braking should not create more ozone. It actually should complement the braking performance. It actually helps. If you just look at it, if you look at from the principle of mechanical vehicle dynamics, right? You would want to apply more brake force to bring a vehicle at stop. On the contrary, a regenerative braking is a more linear braking or more consistent braking application. So you don't have to create sudden braking. I think that is helping not generate more ozone, but at least to bring it to a considerable level. We don't have any data, since we are still getting into the industry with this technology. I'm sure we'll have some facts to back it up at some point.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't think there are any more questions, so thank you, Amol. And if there are any more questions, please post them in the chat so our speakers should be able to answer them there or contact Amol directly. Reza, what's the, I assume the next session is your responsibility?
Yes, all the program is my responsibility. And I'm not that well, so, but I hope you can all hear me. Nevertheless, Lana, you did an excellent job as a chair. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please also thank you, colleagues. Dr. Amol, you did an excellent job. I am so pleased when I see people like you, because I can see the future is secure. You are, people like you are around, and so on. And good luck with your conference in London. As you know, I will be helping you as best as I can, and I wish the conference well. Is there anything you wish to add, Amol?
No, I want to thank you, Professor and Anna, for helping me connect with the audience here and giving me a chance to share some of my work and also promote our upcoming event. So thank you so much. And at some point, I would definitely want to stop by at Coventry University and see some of the good work being done there when things are open for all of us to travel. But thank you so much.
All the very best. Please do
Take care.
So. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Yeah, the next session is a short one on a new concept called a new engine called K6. So I'm going to ask David and Owen to make 5-minute presentation about their new invention. But there are a lot of ideas. Those of you who were available during lunchtime, I mentioned so many things, including the application of quantum physics and so on. But David, Owen, are you ready? David Gibson? No? So gosh, in that case, we might as well go to the next session. And if they
Can you hear me now?
Oh, you are here.
I don't know why it was muted.
Oh, never mind. These things do happen. Okay, David, you've got 5 minutes.
Okay, I can't see the slides. Can you bring the slides up?
Dr. Latvia, can you help David with...
If not, I can probably do it from this end.
These slides are K6 slides. That's right.
Yes, we should have 4 slides to show.
Yeah.
Okay, all right then. I will share my screen now.
I think that's the best, Dr. Latvia. At least we know we're going to get it.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you can't see me on the video. That's a little bit weird.
God bless.
Give me 1 second. I can try.
That's the one.
That's it.
Let me see if I can do something for the video as well.
Yeah. Yes, I didn't realize that I wasn't visible on video, so you'll have to imagine what I look like.
As far as I know, you're very good looking, David. It would have been nice to have you.
Flatterer. You flatterer.
But
okay.
Okay, you should be able to share your video. Right. Brilliant. So can you just start the well, okay, that's it. Start my video. Right. So am I now driving from this end? Yes, I can. Let me know when you want.
Okay, so first slide, please. Which we have. And basically, the K6 is described as a universal engine because it is designed to be capable of burning essentially any liquid or gaseous fuel with little or no modification. The main components are rotor, stator, 2 pistons, and a case for the engine. We don't have a crankshaft, we don't have a camshaft, we don't have a flywheel. It's much simpler in design and far less components than the type of engine which you would have built in, say, a Volvo factory or something like that. Next slide, please. Okay, it was first conceived on the back of a steam engine project by Owen Jordan of Jordan's Consultancy, and since then we've worked alongside staff and students at University of Birmingham who've analysed the concept with us, and that what we've discovered is that the results of the analysis, the theoretical analysis, stretch the envelope of believability, which is why we're not going to share with you those that data at the moment. What we want to do is to build a prototype, which is being built as it happens in Owen's shed, and to get that running. And then once we've got the physical proof of performance, we will then share that with everybody. The problems we've had in doing the analysis are that the optimization software that exists is designed for conventional piston and crank, and that is not what we have here. And because of that, we've had to bodge a number of aspects of the optimization in order to get the thing to run. So what we're really looking for is more appropriate bespoke software for which we're looking for funding. And there are certain advantages which we predict, which include cleaner emissions. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is just an idea as to what the thing will look like when it's built. Light, efficient, self-blowing, cooling, 2 to 4 cycle smooth and quiet compression ignition engine with self-pressurizing total loss lubrication. So it is far, far simpler than the types of engines which we see today. Okay, next slide. Okay, so essentially it's applicable wherever you've got the need for an internal combustion engine. One of the key applications that we're looking at is micro CHP. This is dependent on the level of efficiency which we believe that we can achieve, and that it would be possible in theory, as I say, based on our analysis, to have a CHP unit which can drive a home, it can drive a business, and which runs on either natural gas or hydrogen, and it would not produce, again, according to the analysis, the types of NOx emissions that you get with with conventional boilers. So that might provide a solution there, and thus if you're able to generate electricity locally in a highly efficient fashion, if it's done with natural gas to conserve fossil fuels, or if it's done with hydrogen, it would help to reduce overall emissions and thus taking load off the national grid. It can potentially be there for standby power, or even to be the main source of power if the efficiency warrants it, with the national grid being the backup. So that's a complete reversal of the conventional way of looking at it. The point is that we have something which does not require a large degree of capex in order to get it moving. It's all right having electric vehicles, but you've got to be able to invest in the infrastructure and everything else. And this is a worldwide problem of which we as the UK are only contributing 1%. So you want something that can be implemented on a wide scale quickly to help reduce emissions around the world. Now, Owen, I don't know if you're live, but do you want to talk about the biogas aspect of this? Owen? Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I don't think Owen's live, but essentially there is biogas which goes out into the environment, which if we could otherwise capture it and burn it and use the energy from it, and we could turn it into less dangerous CO2. This is happening anyway. It's a natural product of the environment. So that is your whistle stop K6.
Thank you very much indeed, David. By the way, before you can ask for any funding, I did mention this to you before. I know you don't want to publicize the result, but you must give some indication of what power you're going to generate, what pressure you're going to generate. Because
if you're talking the PV, there are some issues with that, which we've sought to discuss with the university and others. It's because it's so different. There's no easy, straightforward way to do that, unfortunately. And I appreciate it's a bit of a catch-22, which is one of the reasons why we're actually going ahead and building a prototype with our own resources to say, here it is, here it works, this is the input, this is the output. Okay?
Excellent. Well, I wish you all the very best, and we are here to help. Next session, we are going to have a report from councils I mean, we have a limited time, but we have got two speakers. I think the session was going to be chaired by the Lord Mayor of Royal Leamington Spa, Councillor Susan Rasmussen. She said she didn't know when to join in. We have a standby, Tony Dalton. So which one of you want to chair the session, and which one of you want to introduce the speakers? Susan. I think Tony, Susan is either muted or not with us at the moment. So it's all up to you, Tony. And Tony, you're muted. Susan is muted as well. It happens, doesn't it?
I'm quite happy to go ahead to chair this, because I happen to believe that local government is actually very important in making certain that we get this all sorted. And so as a previous leader of a council, it's something that I believe very strongly in. Local authorities can do an awful lot along this. And therefore, I'm absolutely delighted that we've got a couple of interesting speakers. And the first one that interests me is Adam Harrison, who is, I believe, the Cabinet Minister member at Camden Council for Sustainable Energy. And I think basically we should just go straight over to him. Can you hear us, Adam? I can see you.
Yeah, thank you. I have a presentation as well. I don't have to talk to it though. I don't know if it's going to be put up, but let me know. But basically, yeah, in Camden, as you probably know, it's a borough in central London. If you come into Euston, King's Cross or St Pancras, you'll know it and you're already in the heart of the borough. And I came into post as the cabinet member a few years ago, and I've been a councillor for a number of years, and it was clear to me that there was huge concern about air pollution in the borough, but perhaps not. It wasn't quite so clear what residents themselves were able to do about it, and I felt we needed a clearer statement about what we were going to do about it as well. And the more I looked into it in greater detail than I had before, it became clear to me that actually we can move on a slide or two. It became clear to me that actually the sources, the targets that we were set legally by the government and by the EU at the time were actually not up to scratch in terms of actually, because of the impact that air pollution has. So especially with fine particulate matter, as may have been said already today, you know, the health impacts are huge, and there really is no safe level of air pollution. And I became aware at the time that the World Health Organization set stricter limits than those we were pursuing here in the UK. And it just felt like an appropriate step for us in Camden to say, actually, we should be aiming for tougher limits. We should be aiming for stretch targets. So we will go forward and declare that we will aim for World Health Organization standards here in Camden, which was not easy as well, because there's a huge number of sources of air pollution in the borough. So just on the screen, you can see there's a lot from road transport, a lot from buildings as well, as you'd expect. Actually 6% from rail, probably because of some of those mainline stations and others that we have in the borough that I mentioned. So it is a big task. We can move on off this slide. And so this is just a little bit about some of the wider background. So we'd also gone through a process around the time engaging with our citizens, which we call Camden 2025, where they told us what their priorities are, and unsurprisingly, some of those, what I've been picking up from residents, came through as part of that. So our goal for no one in Camden being experiencing poor health as a result of the air they breathe being a core goal for our overall strategy. We adopted the resolution to aim for WHO standards at a full council meeting. So that's a picture of a full council meeting with me standing there. We can move on. Camden is an air quality management area, so we're designated, I think, pretty much all London boroughs are. So it's saying that that we have specific legal requirements which we have to report on annually to show what steps we're taking to improve air quality. Let's move on. So we made that declaration. That was an important step, and it really, the goal of it really was to be able to create some space, especially politically, to raise our own ambitions and to ask more of people, of ourselves and of others and partners in the borough. The risk had been that if you were compliant, if you reached the higher levels of compliance, then it can be pretty easy to say, well, we've got there. And actually, I think I may have seen that in the last year or two with some decisions around clean air zones in other councils, and some people holding back from proceeding with those because they say we're actually reached the legal standard we're meant to, but actually air pollution is so damaging. I do think we need to go further. So recognizing that within the borough we have people, everybody makes contribution to causing air pollution, and everybody is affected by it. So we have polluters and we have the affected, and that they're comprised of residents and community groups, businesses, schools, and so on. So what we did was we devised the Camden Clean Air Partnership, where we brought together all these different groups of people to say, to discuss the problem and to design up actions. And what they did together as part of this deliberative process, which we were pleased to have the University College London helping us with. It was chaired by Professor Mookie Hackley, who's a professor in citizen science. We devised this Clean Air Action Plan, which has 116 actions, which were designated organisations like the council, but lots of others, say what they're going to do to clean up the air in the borough. So like I said, there's lots for the council, but we had great examples from, for example, John Lewis Partnership, who talked about changing their fleet from University College London, who are also making changes to their fleet. And actually, just this week, they've been talking about how they've moved some of their logistics to cargo bikes on their in the Bloomsbury area where they're based, and that's part of the Clean Air Action Plan. We had Great Ormond Street Hospital, who are in the borough, and they pledged to create a clean air hospital framework, which they've done, and which other hospitals are now taking forward as well. The partnership met again recently to review progress, and we've actually got others coming on board now as part of it. We want to revamp the plan and the partnership for next year, so you can see we're coming to the end of it in 2022. But we've got others in, especially logistics companies. So we had the Freight Association in, who provided some useful challenge as well about the competing demands between some of our street space works, how we manage and facilitate freight and improving air quality. Let's just move on as well, see where we get to there. This is just slides showing some of the photos of all the different types of work we've been doing. So you can see a picture of pop-up cycle lanes, which we've been busy with in the last year. On the left, you can see the Regent's Canal, where we're engaged in a project to install electric supply for the barges there, rather than using diesel. So that would be a huge benefit for the borough, and especially highly locally around the canal. The image of the car and the billowing smoke is a comms campaign we've just been running across London, with Camden as the lead partner in encouraging people to not idle. And we've also changed our own processes in terms of making it easier to issue fines for idling within the borough, which is, again, idling is one of those things that our local residents really want us to be taking action on. It's not actually the biggest cause of air pollution by any stretch, but it is an important step that we've taken. Let's go on. I think we're probably coming to the end. We've really ramped up our air quality monitoring network now, so you can see just how many there are. And this is, it's almost doubled in a few years, really. This has again been parts of this increased action, increased galvanized work that we committed to. It's also been accompanied by latterly by some of the bigger transport changes, where we're trying to encourage people to move towards walking and cycling away from the private car. And as part of that, it's really powerful to have the evidence of the benefits of air quality, to be able to explain why we're making those changes, and to be able to adopt some of those changes in permanent form at the end. I should say the background to all this is the ULEZ, which in the central area, which part of Camden is in, has had a huge impact. I think even better than TfL were expecting when they City Hall introduced it. And now with the expansion, we're looking forward to even greater benefits. That's really helped the overall picture for air pollution in Camden. Let's just move on to so it just shows some of the progress which has been made, strongly supported by ULEZ and others. So it's just won't go into too much detail, but it shows some of the sites where we have automatic monitoring stations, and we're showing some strong progress, and actually some coming down but below the WHO legal limits already. let's just go to the next one. I think it's on PM. Yep. So there we are as well. The same thing. We did actually, when we were pulling together the Clean Air Partnership, we did actually commission a study from King's College London as well, which took all the actions that we and partners had pledged to in the Clean Air Action Plan, and they ran it through their clever systems to work out whether doing all these actions would actually get us to WHO levels by 2030, and they suggested that they would, although there is a long way to go. And they did warn us that there is still a particular problem from air pollution, particularly PM, that's blown in from elsewhere. For the resuspension, struggling to remember the word there. So that's still an ongoing issue. But the WHO have now made their limits even stricter. So we're just considering what to do in response to that. I think there might be one more slide. Let's have a look. So we're just considering what to do in response to those, because it was pretty challenging already, but we're working through that. And another major event in air quality lately was the coroner's report into the death valley adequacy debra, where the role of the local authority was specifically discussed and talked about as being particularly important. We weren't the local authority in question at that point, but we've issued a statement which is on our website, which demonstrates our commitment to sharing information and to taking further steps in light of the inquest report, and just being very clear and upfront with our residents about what steps we want to be taking. I think that was pretty much it. But, so I hope that was helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I found that very interesting. Can I just ask you a question, Adam? How has it been? How have the population taken to it? Have you had problem convincing them of what you're doing, or are they just grabbing it?
No, I think that really there's a larger, very vocal part of the population in the borough who want to see greater progress on the environment in general, but particularly on air pollution. I don't quite know why, but I'd say maybe a decade ago, people would shrug their shoulder and say, yeah, bad air, it's part of living in London. And I don't think people feel like that anymore. I think they really want to see change. So there is that large constituency where we are making changes that people dislike, such as particularly changes to the roads and how people move around the borough. There is opposition, as there always is. But having gone through this process with our residents and set all the policy in place, and explained why we're doing what we're doing, that is an important part of supporting those other street space changes. There's actually lots of reasons to be doing those changes, which include road safety and climate and so on as well, but it's an important part of it.
I've just got something come on the chat saying, are the air quality results from sites made available on the internet in real time?
Yeah, some of them are. So for the automatic sites, we have an open data website. I think it's called Camden Open Data, and I think you can find all of them there. It takes you at least takes you to the link to the website where the data is hosted. But if you Google Camden Open Data, you should be able to find it. And there's also masses of data about lots of things in the borough. We try and put as much of our data up online and share it as much as we can.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned something earlier on which hit me, and that is that of course it's all in the air. It moves between boroughs. So what support do you get from your neighbouring boroughs?
That is a good question. I've actually been surprised. I thought more boroughs would follow our lead, and not so many have, in terms of saying WHO is the way to go. Some have. So Hackney has lately. The City Hall has themselves as well, which is important. And I saw recently the Oxford City Council issued a statement about the recent WHO standards.
Yep.
I'd say a lot of the neighbouring boroughs, they're mixed in terms of how far they're going on some of these things, particularly on things like road transport. And some are making progress and others are lagging.
Because of course, London, there's an awful lot of traffic moving all round, and that's always a problem. I'm delighted because, as I say, I am an ex-council leader, and going back, and this is 25 years ago, I was told about the pollution on the parade in Leamington Spa, which was the highest level in the country at the crossroads. Now things have changed, and everybody is starting to look at what they can do with pollution. And to me, local authorities should be right at the front of sorting this, because everything in politics is down on the street, and everything that we're doing is down on the street. And that's why I'm delighted with what you're doing. I just think it was really impressive.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hang on a second. There's another question here. Have you got a clear policy on where you site your diffusion tubes? If so, what is it? Closer to the curb or set back from buildings?
Oh, that's a good question. And my air quality officer would know the answer. In a way, I don't. I think it sometimes depends on the site. I do think we try and replicate as much as possible. There's lots on street lamps, for example, but there's also a lot that follow particular transport schemes. As I say, there's also been a huge number which have gone in because we have high-speed tube being built in the borough, and there's been huge concern around that. So there's a lot that follow. So there's a lot that follow particular projects that are taking place as well.
Right, yeah, because he goes on to say that, of course, there is a difference if it's close to the curb or set back by a building.
Yeah, I'm afraid I don't know.
You don't, right. Now, I have no other questions here. Are there any other questions that anybody wants to talk? Because I found that fascinating.
Yeah, I hope Adam would stay on, because Brett may not be able to be with us. So I will have to make a short presentation on some of the things we do. I know the question asked was, where do you put these diffusion tubes? It's very important, because a lot of councils put it away from the road, and then they assume that's the pollution at road level. That's where people are exposed to that level of pollution. And also in terms of efficiency of these things, how do you calibrate and so on? And I want to find out more about Camden, because for a council to adopt a World Health Organization, that's very brave. And obviously now the limits have been lowered substantially. What are they going to do in terms of, would they want to carry on and commit to that policy? It's very commendable, I must say, because that whatever you do, I mean, sometimes you don't succeed. Government has been trying hard to reduce PM 2.5 in trouble areas and hasn't succeeded. We need a lot of money. But one of the things I do say to people, that we spent 100 billion on COVID. So maybe government should find ways that we could use funds and try to find solution to this problem of air quality. Air quality is a problem, and I'm going to make short presentation in the next few minutes.
Just a quick question. What you just said, Professor, brings the question, Adam, how much finance did all this cost? Was it a problem, or was there support all the way through?
Well, it wasn't a problem in terms of me as the politician saying this is what we want to do, and now you need to go and deliver it, which is, as one of my officers said this week, that's it. When I asked for something ambitious, they said that that's exactly how council should work. We are under huge financial pressure. I haven't particularly I'm not aware of anything we've not been able to do because of this. We managed to find the budget, but then it has also been a clear political priority that we've led on. So we've made that happen.
Because I think that's very important that local authorities accept that, and accept that they've got to pay for it, and it's got to come somewhere. Now, I know that in Warwick District, they're thinking of doing a referendum so that they could up the council tax to cover it. But I do think it's an important area that we look at, because it's important that that this is done at the local level. So my lecture over, I'll stop.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tony. I'm going to go and share with you one or two things.
Reza, I think Keith's got his hand up.
Oh, I see. Sorry. Yes. Let me go back.
Thank you very much, Professor and councillors. It's really good you've got open data, because the big problem we've got in the Nuneaton and Bedworth is the Borough Council uses diffusion tubes that are poorly sited and expected to use a freedom information request to actually find out what readings they've got in less than a year and a half. So I'm really glad they use open data, and I think every single council should publish air quality data the second it has been received from the lab or from the machine. And hiding data, I think, has been so counterproductive for some of these Luddite dinosaur councils. And we will only get on top of this if we actually make it an exposed problem and a very publicly visible problem. Thank you.
Adam, you were going to say something.
No, if I may, just because it also slightly relates to something you said, Tony. I absolutely agree that local authorities are the ones to be delivering this, but it is also really helpful when the government says that if the government would more clearly say that they want us to make progress on this, so they have to a degree with the clean air zones and so on. But some kind of what's the word? Not decree. I can find a better word than that. But I feel like it's there are a lot of local authorities probably not doing very much, and I think if there were greater responsibilities and obligations on them to do so, then I think we'd see more action. But we'd be the best people to deliver it, certainly.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're right. And the government at some point has got to make it a priority. And you would have thought with COP20, whatever it's called, coming up, they would be doing that. But it doesn't seem to be happening at the moment.
I think, Tony, the problem is money. And also the fact
it's always the problem.
Yeah, always a problem. But also they feel threatened sometimes. I've been in this business 40 years, and usually council, they say, what is this professor saying? You know, we are council, we've got officials, we've got this, we've got that. But they don't realize local community can help. And some degree of openness is owed to the citizens, the residents of a borough or a town or whatever. So I've got a feeling that there is a lot of mindset has to change, because climate change is coming. We know we have got problems with air quality. And let me just show you a few results from Coventry and so on. I know there are one or two areas in Warwick where we don't have time enough to show every result of every research that we have been involved with. And some of this work has been done by the students from local universities. I'm just sometimes supervising, supporting. Since I retired, I'm still very active with supporting university in terms of working with the students or initiating a research or getting involved in a project. Let me show you one or two things. Maybe we have a few councillors there, so they would at least have a look at some of the things we have. Let me go back here. I was just showing some of the things we were doing in terms of post-session. I think it's here. Yeah, these are the results. Let me just go back. Maybe that's best to start here. This is the result that some of the students did for us. Here. If you look at the admissions to the local hospital for respiratory problems, we identify various forms. And you look at the quality of air. As the quality of air gets worse, the admission to hospital got worse. So there's a correlation. But then when I was talking to colleagues in Coventry City Council, they said, no, some of this result is not correct, because they had a table here. I'll show you this is a table. This is a raw data from various places. And I noticed they have got number of adjusting, bias adjusted, and then distance adjusted. When I looked into this, when I noticed in terms of distance, they were saying, oh, if it's 3 meters from the road, then we have to reduce the level, the actual reading, which is, they should do the opposite. Because if it is next to the road, it's going to read, the value is going to be much higher. So I mean, there is a place called Holly Road in, I don't want to live there. And I don't know whether the residents of that property, that road know. The levels are very high, 79.6 after being adjusted. And eventually they bring it to 121, which is still well above the government target. This is Coventry we are talking about, and there are evidence. This is strong evidence that number of people going to hospital is increasing year by year. And also when I did my calculation based on calibrating, and the way we calibrate, because they said, for instance, diffusion tube is not accurate. Okay, it's not accurate, but it should be consistent. So if you have got, you're going to use, say, 100 diffusion tubes around, put one next to the government air monitoring station. And based on that, then at least you know what the other 100 are going to do. Are they reading less or are they reading more? So you can solve some of these inaccuracy issues. And this is a result, obviously, during the pandemic. We knew pandemic reduced the level of pollution throughout because of the traffic and inactivity in those industrial and so on. And this is the two devices we put, one near the road where the council, and the one near road we put read much higher values. So these things have to be taken on board. This is Coventry Binley Road, and it's reading the, I think this is the one, yeah, it's, let me see, because I can't see sometimes with all these controls. I think that's PM, yeah, that's it. One is PM10 and one is 2.4, that's Coventry Olsley. Particulate matter 10, particulate matter matters 2.5. If you can see in certain time, during the lockdown, has gone above the government-owned target. This is not the target set by the WHO, and obviously this is going to much, the target levels are going to be reduced. That's Binley one. This is again for nitrogen oxide. Again, it's gone up above, look at this, above 60 microgram per meter cube. Nevertheless, I have actually analyzed this and I have shown it to our colleagues at the council. So there are issues that need to be resolved. And I think we have to be open and transparent to our residents. I hope our council are doing a good job, don't get me wrong. Warwick District Council is doing good work, Coventry is doing good. I mean, we know that the councils are there to serve the residents, and the officials are there to do a good job, and they are. But sometimes when you are looking at this, you are working with universities, it's not a bad idea to accept, not criticism, some comments that could help you to do things better. I mean, we do that in academia all the time. I mark people's work and I make comments. So really learning and doing better, it's no shame. Okay, I think that I wasn't going to go further than that. I think the time has come for conclusions. I know, are there any questions from Adam or anybody else? If not, then we go to the conclusions and we wrap up the first three sessions of the conference, and then after that we are going to have this polyuniverse project. If any of you have got projects or you want to be involved with our project, we are trying to bring the policymakers and business and academia together and use the platform to initiate new ideas and projects and so on. And one of the applications is also to see how we can use the students when they are doing projects. Why shouldn't we student projects that the industry could benefit from? So we could direct it towards a particular group, second year students or final year students or PhD students and so on. So we could be intelligent enough to use this platform more effectively. Okay.
The competition there says 16 plus, it was 14 plus. Has that changed?
No, it hasn't. I actually added here. This is the competition for students. As you know,
it's a different one. Okay.
It's the same one, isn't it? Pollution there, a local and global concern is the same one. And my hope is you are looking into it, aren't you, John? And you did say that you are going to change some of the quizzes, and I know you have edited it. So if we are ready to go.
Professor?
Yes.
Can we just say thank you to Adam?
Oh, yes. Sorry, we haven't. The session is not finished. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, I just felt that it was important. I can't see anything because I've still got your thing up in front of me.
Sorry. Yes, let me get rid of this. Then, yes, sorry.
So I just thought we ought to say thank you to Adam because I thought that was very, very interesting. And I'd like to thank him for his time and what he showed us.
No, he's brave. His counsel is brave. And we are very grateful to him. We learned a great deal. Thank you very much, Adam. Yes.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
On that point, I will stop.
Excellent. Now, are there any questions with regard to this session, or shall we wrap up? Okay. I don't think there are any questions. Tony, have you managed to have a look at the chat?
Yeah, no, there's nothing else. No, there's nothing else except Susan said she found it very interesting.
Excellent. I
Yeah,
know
she
that.
says, as a local councillor, I can only envy Camden's whopping political majority that enables and encourages bold action. I'll be careful about not reacting to that.
For a Lord Mayor of a city to say that she's brave too.
And somebody else has asked.
I were an executive mayor, all would be well in the world.
Yes.
We've had another comment from Merle Gerling, who says, how did your council become so committed?
Adam, is for you.
I think well, I think like I said, I think there's a lot of residents who kind of, not exactly regardless of how they vote, but do want to see strong environmental action. But also, I mean, when my party came back and won the council back in 2010, one of our key pledges was to have a dedicated cabinet member for sustainability, and at which point we also introduced a 10-year environment action plan, which finished last year. So I think from that point onwards, I think there was quite a strong political commitment to environmental action.
It's really good. And that's
hopefully
from the other side saying that.
We will be in contact with Adam and his colleagues, because I think we want to know how they are going to go from here on. It would be nice to know. Excellent. So we are going to just wrap up. I think we had Alan Marshall. He was going to do it, but he's attending another council meeting in Warwickshire County Council. So he cannot be with us, and that's the difficult part. So what I was going to say was, do you want to say a few things, Tony, having heard the MPs, or do you want me to say a few words? I know you're very good at summing up. Do you want to go first? And then
I actually found the whole day fascinating, and the stories the things I've heard have really fascinated me, and that's what this is all about. And let's hope we can take it all forward and get some results, because that's what it's all about.
Yeah. Remember one thing. A few years ago, there was no question of air quality thing, and it started a few years ago. And a lot of us, not just me, a lot of people were interacting with ministers, writing, and so on. And that's why some of these air quality alliances were formed, and our chamber, and so on. And the Prime Minister was very happy. But generally, people were quite happy to listen, especially at national level, and at European level always. We are not part of European Union. We have to accept that. But one of the things is that the politicians at national level are listening. Whether politicians at the local level are listening, I don't know, because I'm interacting, but sometimes they're very busy, or they haven't got an answer for this, or they are doing this or that. So it's good to find out more, but obviously it's not always easy to find out what actually is being done. I know Warwickshire District Council is much more open, but I mean, I don't publish all results, but I know there are 2 areas in Leamington that the air quality is an issue, and my hope is we have got the Lord Mayor here, and I know she's aware, and whether they've done something about it or good thing, but they are usually very progressive. That's why I never complain. But having said all this, I think one of the things, if you look at the climate change, I believe we have to electrify the rest of the railway, and we have to expand. I know people are not happy about HS2 and whatever. It's next to my house, so I'm not very happy. Okay, but looking at it, maybe it's not such a bad thing. But I do want more, and I want interlinkage between local railways and nationals and so on. And I want some of the road links to ports and to main stations. I want improvements there. We have a project in Europe. We are still involved with Europe because we have got some of the existing projects still continuing. It's called Marco Polo. Marco Polo looks at the whole Europe and says how we can join ports, station, and main centers, and so on. And they plan on the basis of what they are doing. And I think we should do the same. And also in terms of local supply chain, the more we do local supply chain, there is less need for traveling and so on. So people, that reduction in traveling is going to help. And at the end, you can do a lot of efficiency work, and okay, go for renewables. There is a wind, air, and as you heard, Mark Posey was very pro-tidal. I hope he takes that message to the government. What they did at Swansea wasn't right. It was a very promising project and should follow that on. But nevertheless, sometimes they stop a project for wrong reasons. And that obviously puzzles me as an academic. And I'm not a politician, so I am not supporting or not going against what government is doing. But sometimes I do tell them as it is. Or sometimes simple things. Put one of these diffusion tube next to your government station, air monitoring station, and then read the rest. If these reads are 20% less, it means something is wrong, my friend. So you have to increase this level to this, the one you are right against the government-owned air quality monitoring stations. So I think railway is important. In terms of aviation, we have reached the limit of efficiency. And they talk about hydrogen. I don't think so, not for some time. They're talking about maybe hydrogen cell in some ways. Maybe they talk about electric. Maybe that is not going to come. But I think in any case, we should discourage people from traveling by air and encourage them to use rail, especially also from road to rail, because electric rail is the most efficient to travel. And is the one uses less energy and is going to pollute the air less. And in terms of air quality, as I explained, there are solutions for the gas central heating system. That's one of the problem areas. And the farming in terms of ammonia and whatever, the government should make a decision to see whether these levels could be reduced. So there are a lot of solutions. I'm as an internal combustion engine, I'm puzzled because government gave me a lot of money to develop clean diesel. And when the diesel was clean, they demonized it. And so is NOx level. As I explained in the morning, NOx can be burned. Germans did it during the war. And my students at Coventry, Birmingham, they did a comprehensive test showing that NOx can be captured and burned as a fuel because it's got oxygen in it. Even carbon dioxide can be burned. Now we're talking about synthetic fuels. And biofuel. So a lot of things is happening, but the government at the moment is obviously is firefighting, so it's wrong to blame them. But at the end, they have this industrial strategy. They have got all these ideas about the climate change. But I really think at the end, they should look at where the resources are, where the capabilities are, and how you can bring these things in. And usually this concept of bringing industry and universities, with policymakers, is a good one. I was involved with the European Union right at the start 40 years ago. They looked for innovators. They picked 10. Well, I was one of them. They formed this network. Then they, in the 12 member countries at the time, 10 in each, 120 coming and deciding. So it's very important to find the innovators and decide on performance, rather than academic credibility or this university or that university. There are small universities that are doing wonderful work in a specific area of research or education. Anyway, I don't want to say any more because we have to conclude. Yeah, the time is nearly, that's perfect timing. I would suggest that we will pass the session to Dr. Lakvia so that he could start his polyunibus project group. And at the same time, anybody wants to go and have a tea or whatever, you can do so. We won't leave. So the best is to carry on with the conversation. So I hope some of you will join the polyunibus, because if you want to do a project, this is a project government has supported us. And I think is a good project to be involved. Dr. Lakvia.
Thank you, Prof. Okay, let me start by sharing my screen. Welcome again, everyone, for this fourth session, which is on polyunibus project. And also I will welcome other participants who joined especially for this particular session. Polyunibus is one of the European Union funded research project under Erasmus Plus program in collaboration with the UKNA, British Council, and ECORIS. There are a number of partners are involved in this project as well. It is led by University of Liverpool. Then we have a Marinova from Finland, C4FF. This is a company that I work for, and Professor Reza. Then we have Actuate from Turkey. We have another university at UT from Finland, and also University of Porto from Portugal. In this program, we have a number of presentation. There is one keynote speech by Professor Reza that will talk about the importance of UK government involvement with business and academia through challenge-led initiative. Then this will follow on with Professor Tuno from Marinova, Finland. He will present on academia, industry, and government collaboration, and especially present the current practices report that we have done as a part of this project. Thereafter, we have a presentation from Baha. She's from LUT University, Finland. She will talk about the challenge-led collaboration methodology that we have proposed for university business and government collaboration. Then finally, there's a presentation by myself. I will be presenting on a model of engagement for these three sectors. And then finally, it will end up with the presentation by Dr. Andrea from University of Porto. He will talk about the grading framework that we have developed to evaluate and measure the innovation ideas. So going next, let me introduce to our next speaker, Professor Reza Zerati. Most of you are already familiar with him. You have worked with him in some way. Professor Reza is the chairman of Center for Factories of the Future and Vice Chancellor of BAE UK. He holds UK and Turkish professorship, and he's an emeritus professor. He was a government quality assessor as well. He did BTEC. He was a BTEC lead examiner, IEEE accreditor, and was awarded national diploma and prizes, and is the co-developer of many EU-funded Best in Europe projects. His main area of expertise is engine development and management, and was involved with the development of first hybrid bus and car. He has worked on engine emission control and management, as well as on air quality project. He is passionate about inspiring the next generation to engage with engineering. Professor Reza Zerati has been involved in establishing a consortium of STEM group. With their support, he has developed a range of air quality and a climate project for school pupils. Professor Reza, the floor is yours.
Dr. Latvia, do you think I should go to in view of my sore throat, do you think I should go to my 5-minute video, or do you think I should just try to present it as best as I can?
Maybe video, if that's fine as well.
Do you have the video?
I have the video. I will play.
So let's start. If not, I will do the same as I did today. But I couldn't let
Good afternoon, ladies.
So yeah.
Could you please confirm whether you can hear the audio?
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yes,
colleagues, friends, and partners of the Polyunivers project. The topic of my presentation today is the importance of the UK government involvement with business and academia through a challenge-led initiative. But before talking to you about that, let me tell you a little bit about Centre for Factories of the Future. We were one of the UK top technology projects in the UK TechNet, which was formed in early 80s. And at that time, there were only 12 EU member states. And from each country, there were 10 innovators. So there were 120 innovators coming together on a regular basis to decide on the future of Europe in terms of education, research, and innovation. We later become involved with European regional funds and European social funds, and use both funds to come up with multifaceted projects where we can use education, research, and innovation with structural funds and also for social engineering funds. We were involved right from the start when the project started with COMET and SPRI 1 and SPRI 2, which eventually become framework program, and now Horizon 2020. Also with earlier Leonardo, then Erasmus, and now Erasmus Plus. But there were so many other programs, and obviously all were created to help the progress in terms of research and development and supporting companies to perform better. One of the things not many people know is the importance of Erasmus Plus, because this is not one program that the UK government is now supporting. Because UK government is somehow is of the view this is just a student exchange program, is Mobility Key Action 1, but there are two other key actions, Key Actions 2, which is about good practices, and Key Actions 3, which is about support for policy reform. And obviously the program also supports gin money and activities and sport. And they are obviously crucially important to development of academics, researchers, and young people. CFF has been supporting the House of Parliament in the past, has been involved with a number of projects. It worked to develop the first hybrid car and bus, was awarded a lot of prizes, and has been involved almost every European or national program. And he also was, we were involved in the application of computing manufacturing, which later on become Mantec conferences, which I was the chair of that group, and this Warwick Manufacturing Group, which didn't exist at that time, and with support from Lord Lucas when he was the Secretary of State for DTI. We formed a series of conferences, and later on our view was that we should have advisory technology strategy board, which they came about. Now we have got Innovate UK, and Innovate UK later on we encourage Innovate UK to work with TSP, sorry, at the time, to work with the European Union and integrating the UK and European program together. We were doing very well till the Brexit came. I'm not a politician. All I would say that we have to really go back to the drawing board and pick some of the good elements of what we were doing before. My view of the industry and academia is based on the fact that we need to bring the two worlds together. Because the interests of business and academia are different. The educationists can aspire to be altruistic. Business people can only afford to be altruistic when they have made more than enough money for the maintenance and development of businesses. This is not a moral judgment, but a pragmatic one. Academia needs the industry to support it in its development of its programs, so they can identify and respond to the needs of industry and commerce. It needs industry to seek funds to progressively develop its laboratories, and it needs industry to develop its staff members. And on the other hand, industry needs academia to improve the quality of its employees, present and future. It needs academia for technological progress, which is useful to business, and to better manage its business. It needs academia for the formation of its future customers, and so of the demands for its services. We wrote a paper, and that led to a project called Unibus, bringing business and academia together. And we developed a very Unibus was a very successful project, which led to the development of a new project called PolyUnibus. This project is at the moment continuing and is led by Liverpool University with our support from our colleagues at Center for Factories of the Future and other partners of PolyUnibus. It's a very powerful platform because this brings now the policymakers to work closely with business and academia. Now, UK support system has many good aspects. I've already mentioned the history of UK Innovate UK, and we know that UK has got a very good research assessment exercise, which was called RAE, and later on this was replaced by Research Excellence Framework, REF. And we had a very good teaching quality assessment. I was assessor myself, which is now replaced by the Teaching Excellence Framework, TEF. Now, with the advent of Brexit, the only loser, I believe, is some of the good programs like Erasmus Plus. And my hope is that the British Council would work with the British government to ensure a similar program can be resurrected, or that there is an Erasmus Plus project could come back into the UK so that we can participate in that particular program. Now, I know in the past we had one program which was called Teaching Company Scheme, TCS. These were fantastic scheme. And later on, we developed the teaching company centers. These are programs where smaller companies could work with universities, and universities could help this company to assign 2 researchers. And for 2-3 years, these researchers were supported, and the projects used to be financially supported by the government. And obviously, these helped the SMEs, because the SMEs, how can we help SMEs? They don't have time. All they are worried about is to make enough money to survive. And I think that is one area, because people sometimes don't realize that 90% of the companies are SMEs. And out of that 90%, about 75% are very small companies. And so that is one area that we have to concentrate, I believe. Now, the program for today, in terms of research, education, research, and innovation, I would say something later about the history of government policy and support, UK funding system, EU funding system, and other funding system. But really, that is part of our discussion later this afternoon. And funding status of the Brexit system before Brexit, system now and future. Again, these are the discussion we should have, but focusing on how we can support SMEs. And in terms of Polyuniverse, I'm not going to say a great deal. I've already mentioned what it is, but I'm going to pass the platform to my colleague, Dr. Lakvia, who's managing the project on behalf of C4FF. Under the auspices of colleagues from Liverpool University. I would like to thank you all and give the platform to Dr. Lakvia.
Okay, thank you. Prof, you want to add something to your presentation?
No, I think when we start having discussion with partners and so on, I would like to say things, but I've said enough for time being.
All right, then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to check who's next on the list. So the next one is Professor Tuno from Marinova. He's a project manager at Marinova and also a visiting professor at North Caucasus Federal University. His specialty is in innovation and quality management, as well as in organization learning, management of higher education, and EU project. Professor Tuno.
Hello, everybody. I wonder if you can see me, if you can hear me, and in a while, if you can see my screen from here. Now I have to find it. Just no. Files down like that, and no, it doesn't work. I'll open it once again to see if it's still there. Or maybe you can open the PowerPoint from your side.
Yeah, that's fine. I have your presentation. So
yeah, okay, please do so. So we don't spend much time on searching for the PowerPoint again. Okay, this discussion, the short presentation I'm going to have here is from the Polyunibus project. His first task was to somehow try to figure out what the state of the art of the industry university cooperation and the support from government would be in our project countries. We have 4 countries in the project, and this kind of findings from those 4 countries. Next slide, please. The support from government, especially now when we are running with these very complicated scientific problems like the climate change discussed earlier today in the morning and early afternoon. So that would require very much support from the big funds of the governments, and especially the European Union. From my point of view here in Finland, we are expecting very big effort from the recovery funds that are being released now at the end of the year and the beginning of next year. So the policy support should be organized better than it's been previously. There have been all kinds of schemes, like also presented by Professor Esa here. They are not always effective, and a lot of work is done with some other stuff than the real important research translation. We would need to have the research done at the universities and other institutions turned into innovations and turned into improved decision making. And this is maybe the main idea of the project PolyUnibus. All kinds of policy types, both the carrots and sticks and the preaching here in the middle are needed. And the main problem, at least here in Finland, maybe in many other countries also, is that the policy tends to discuss the big companies and their cooperation with the big universities. Thanks. We know from the European Innovation Scorecard that the innovation background and all the possibilities of doing stuff in Europe are in the same kind of levels as they are in the leaders of innovation in the world, USA and Japan. But somehow we always lack to have performance of the innovation measured in money and in jobs in the same level as the Americans and Japanese. That can be a question of cultures, of course, but it also can be a problem of cooperation between the different ivory towers of the university research and the government's decision making, and then the company's needs and daily grind. We are very much expecting the 800 billion euros that's now in the EU recovery plan to do something about that. But I personally very much think, and we think here in the project also, that the cooperation should be effectivized between the three actors of the innovation system. There are things playing against this. In Finland, we have a very old demography, lots of old people and not so many young people. So we have to worry about the long-term development anyway, but also there are effects of political things. For example, Brexit at the moment, we don't know how it will affect the mobility of research from one country to another, or mobility of ideas from one country to another. Thanks. Next slide. The emphasis seems to be at the moment with the money to emphasize increase the R&D investment and piloting of different new technologies, especially towards the green transition, the climate change issues that we've been discussing the whole day today. So let's hope there will be a good leverage to the private activities of companies and universities with some public support. There's also a kind of emphasis in policy of developing bigger ecosystems of cooperation between big and small companies, big companies, universities, small companies, small universities, and so on, so that there would be much more complete systematic solutions coming from the pipeline. Typically, there's an invention rather than innovation, the final product of a cooperation between a university and a company. But we would need to have systemic solutions to these complex problems that we've been discussing today. In Portugal especially, but also in most other EU countries, there is a system called smart specialization strategies, where the policy, the regional and local policies are made so that they should especially benefit the spearheads of the region and also the small companies. Portugal is very good in trying to take up these small companies also to the cooperation. And also there's an increased emphasis of what the pipeline really brings to the national well-being and value added. This is in our 4 countries especially clear in Turkey, the kind of orientation towards the results in industry university cooperation. In some countries we have incentives to the cooperation between universities and companies. In Finland, the companies can deduce the tax to 150% of the cost of the university work they have been buying for their R&D, but it's just temporary. We don't know what happens after this. Typically it's 180%, but now it's 150% for 2 years. There's increased activity in encouraging SME startup mechanism, business accelerators in all of our 4 countries, and the inclusion of the SMEs in the problem solving of even the big problems. We have a startup accelerator, especially for energy production applications and solutions here in Vaasa. And sometimes also there are bigger and smaller regulatory actions. The latest one I heard of is the battery passport legislation that requires the batteries that are used in vehicles and housing to include a certain amount of recycled battery materials. That should be good for the climate eventually in some future, but that also can be hindering some of the industrial activity while they have to build up capabilities to do this. In our discussions with the companies and the universities in these 4 countries, there are some barriers for cooperation that pop up every now and then. The most typical ones, of course, the lack of money. Somehow everybody went out of money for about 10 years ago, and it's been very difficult since then. Access to finance, to come over these kind of thresholds of profitability in, for example, making a pilot hydrogen power plant before the market really starts to pay for the hydrogen. Somebody would have to pay the investment and the digging of the ground and making all the pipelines and stuff. And this is a huge investment. So that kind of investments before the real market situation, they should be taken care of typically with public funding. Otherwise, we are not going to get the innovation in a long time still. There is a lack of human resources, and they are seen to be typically also too expensive. For example, in all of the 4 countries, it's not really typical to hire researchers, doctors to companies, not even big ones. In Germany, the cultural situation is a bit different. All the big companies have doctors in the top management, but typically the university people that go to the companies and are the important part of the workforce, they are of bachelor master's level. So what we found in this brief research we did in these 4 countries about the policies in place and the cooperation between companies and universities are that there are problems, and what kind of recommendations we could make for overcoming these problems that are the basis maybe of the project Polyunibus that we are starting to develop now. Our tools to solve the problems are ways to connect the smaller companies with the bigger companies. The small companies are typically flexible and innovative. They have new ideas. They are in connection with maybe individual researchers even from the universities, while they have no way of taking the innovations and ideas to the market. Typically, the market might is in the hands of the big companies, and they again are pleasing the current customers with the current products. So they would need to tap into the small companies' innovativeness somehow. This is one of the kind of things we think would be needed and one thing our tool maybe could address in the end. The other thing is that typically people really don't even know what is existing in different fields. The companies don't typically follow all too well the new schemes and decisions of the governments. The governments don't really know what is going on with the universities, and the universities also normally don't too often visit at least the small companies. Maybe the bigger ones lead a bit more often, but the communication and matchmaking of these companies, university and politicians, that would have to be improved quite a lot. And this is one more thing that we think the polyunibus maybe can affect in the end. Thanks a lot. This was a brief outlook into what we are going to do on the basis of what we have found out in our research this far in the project.
Thank you very much, Professor Tuna, for this very informative presentation. So, if I can see there's no questions at the moment, but anybody, if you have any questions,
I'll stay here so you can ask later if you want.
Yeah, you can always ask and write them into a QA section, or also you can type in the chat box as well.
Yep.
Okay, so moving on. So the next presenter in the list is Bahar from LUT University, Finland. Bahar she has done a master's in economics and business administration from Finland and works as a researcher and project manager at the university. Her research area are in innovation, sustainability, supply chain management, digitalization, business model, innovation, global sourcing, logistics, and green management. Her master's thesis titled Application of Blockchain Technology in Sustainable Supply Chain Management explored the potential of blockchain from a sustainability perspective through a qualitative study. Bahar is now pursuing her doctoral study at LUT University in Innovation and Management. So Bahar has kindly shared her presentation with me. I'm going to just share my screen.
Dr. Lackwood, do we know what is going on, or?
Would you hear anything?
I cannot hear. Can others? Can you hear it?
Let me check. Let me try again one more time.
Okay.
Hello everyone.
Will you hear it, Prof, now?
Yes, yes. Good.
And welcome to this presentation. In this video, we are going to introduce the polyunibus second intellectual output, titled as Development of a Challenge-Led Methodology. This IO has been developed by LUT University in collaboration with other project partners. In a nutshell, the main objectives of this output are: first, to to create a methodology of university, business, government collaboration, which is driven by the challenges and is not limited by geographical constraints and partners' proximity. Second, to develop a set of recommendations on the methodology usage for each of the key stakeholders, such as universities, business, and policymakers. And third, to design services and user scenarios for the PolyUnibus platform to enable cross-industry, cross-discipline, challenge-driven collaboration across organizational and countries' boundaries. IO2 is based on the needs analysis and current good practices of each partner country in PolyUnibus, as well as studies conducted by the PolyUnibus Project Consortium. In this presentation, we outline the key stakeholders in the policymakers' university-business collaboration, in addition to the key barriers and drivers in such collaboration, and the main collaborative models and process itself. In our previous project, Unibus, the main focus was on enabling and enhancing direct academia-industry collaboration, while in PolyUnibus, scope extends to include also the roles of governments, civil society, and the overarching context of the natural environment. The natural environment is an important inclusion in the model as a typical source of societal grand challenges. There are different stakeholders and user groups involved in PUB collaboration, which have different key motives for playing a stakeholder role in policymaker university business collaboration. This table shows why these stakeholders get interested in forming such kind of collaboration. For instance, researchers in universities can gain more recognition within the scientific community and receive more research funding, in addition to create networks in industry for future collaborations. R&D managers in companies can maintain control of proprietary technologies and ideas, and access to university facilities and talents. Also, they can access new findings from academia and receive support from governments, which can help with reducing risks and expenses. Also, governments can gain economic innovation and social development on the regional and national level, and they can have easier access to new efficient solutions for grand challenges. Now, we are going to talk about some of the challenges and drivers which might exist in policymaker university business collaboration. Some of the challenges that might exist in such collaboration can be struggle of companies and universities to identify the best fitting potential partners, as well as the value of each potential collaboration. Limitation of relevant funding can be another challenge that is common in forming such collaborations. Differences in organizational culture between companies and universities is also a barrier. Higher educational institutions, for example, are often oriented towards long-term goals, while business demand ready-to implementations and fast, impactful solutions. Fair Furthermore, universities and companies usually have very different organizational structures and internal operational procedures, with varying levels of bureaucracy, which leads to the challenge of differences in the internal organizational characteristics. However, there are also factors which are able to drive and steer policymaker university business collaboration resource availability, including financial and human resources, to establish and run a collaboration. For example, awareness of the existing links support follow-up collaborations. From prior relationships, an important relational component of trust is being developed, and this factor often becomes vital in the future partner selection. Or established and prior collaborations are also particularly helpful in the development of shared goals and aligning expectations. Moreover, based on the existing best practices in each partner country of PolyUnibus project, other drivers that were identified specifically from the perspective of the policymakers are grant challenges, RDI spending, taxation policies, mobility, developing ecosystems, and regional strategies. Now, in this part, we will discuss policymaker university business collaboration process. The first input for the PUBC process will begin by reviewing the best practices of policymakers from partner countries.